Let's sit on the start screen for a minute so that the info plays. For some reason it doesn't play automatically. I'm gonna be very pissed if Peace Walker kills the marathon, because 3 hours of fucking Code Talker tapes didn't. But people have shit taste, so maybe. Yeah, maybe a patch you can do co-op. There's a few missions that's worth doing, or it's you can do some Easter eggs and stuff. Do you have a save with like advanced weapons and stuff? The railgun, the dynamo, the slingshot, or some other nonsense? Oh. Want to get a save? You should work for it. Foxhound 5-star Foxhound. Peace Walker, do it. I'll help you. It only took me 2 weeks to do it, and about a dozen people helping me. But it's a PSB game, so it must be non-canon, right? It must be a little mini game, right? I don't know, Solidus Ace. What should we call him? I don't know, Malak, fuck that. Should have used massive medic because it's an alliteration. This is the real MGS 5. Shut the fuck up. It's fucking Konami meddling, not letting Kojima put the 5 in the title. For the same shit fucking mentality. Oh, it's a PSP game. No, V is vomit. Peace Walker is 5 and V is vomit. Victory, according to Kojima. Well, even if you only get 9 minutes of Peace Walker, it's enough to see how this game can render more people in Phantom Pain already in the first screen. Oh, never mind. There's a couple more minutes. Thank you, Tagosel, for the gift of sub. Big boss rides on a bike and fucks off in a bike. I will be seriously impressed if you guys kill it for a V. Maybe there's a little bit of good judgment left. Alright, let's see how many people we got here.
Hey, boss! Wanna
1,
go
2,
around?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Already more NPCs than the Phantom Pain can render. The Fox engine wouldn't even be able to make
Look alive,
this
ladies!
game.
The boss is gonna join us! Show him how it's done, boss!
No gas people.
Your first priority in enemy territory is knowing your surroundings. Your life depends on where you are looking and how fast you can identify your targets. Therefore, you must first master moving your line of sight. To move your line of sight, use the right stick. Now when I give you an order, look in that direction. Look up. Good. Look down. Good. You should be familiar with the up and down controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay. Next, we'll check your left and right. Look right. Good. Look left. Good. You should be familiar with the left and right controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay. You can change the controls anytime in options.
Hello, thank
Go with the method that works best for you. Next, I'll explain how to change stances. If you just stand there like an idiot in front of an enemy, you might as well kill yourself now. At times, you will need to get low to avoid detection. You have 3 stances.
Shit, this guy's
Stand,
loud.
crouch, and lying down. To change stances, use the crouch button. Tap the crouch button to change between standing and crouching. You can move in either stance. Hold the crouch button and keep it held to lie down. However, you cannot move while you are lying down. I'll say that again. You cannot move while lying down. Is that clear? Good. Next, we'll work on your movement. Use the left stick to move around. Tilt it a little to walk slowly. Tilt farther to run.
Rambi, thank you for the 5
based on your
subs.
situation. Remember that your footsteps are louder when running, making you easier to discover. Be careful! Good! Now we have rolling. Rolling is useful for knocking down enemies in your way, and for getting away when surrounded. You can also use it to jump over small ditches and other obstacles. To roll, tap the crouch button while running. You got that? Tap the crouch button while running! Don't forget it!
Oh shit.
That's it! Next, I will explain how to attack without
getting
gunfire.
Zilla.
You may run into an enemy
You what now?
unexpectedly. You may not have a weapon on you, or you may be out of ammo.
150.
You'll still need an effective attack strategy. One well-placed strike, and the enemy won't know what hit it.
Damn. Thank you.
Strike an enemy. Press the attack button while
I'm not even mad
standing
now,
still.
just playing Peace
On
Walker.
my command, press the attack button repeatedly and take down your opponent.
But 150.
Go.
I'm ready, boss.
Impressive, boss! Next, we're gonna practice using the stun rod. Hitting someone with the stun rod will shock them with 1.5 million volts. Anyone on the receiving end of that is guaranteed to be out cold. To use the stun rod, press the aim button to ready it, then press the attack button. You'll be glad to know we're using mock stun rods for this training session. When your partner attacks, make him believe it's the real deal. Prepare yourself for stun rod training. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Stun rod to the dick.
Impressive, boss!
Very convincing
Now
performance.
we'll move on to CQC. CQC, or Close Quarters Combat, refers to when engaging an enemy in battle at very close range. It is a quick and efficient way of eliminating a threat. There are various CQC techniques. We will go over each of them. Don't get cocky because you think you know them. This will be different from what you're used to. Pretend you are learning it for the first time. The first technique is throwing your opponent. To do this, position yourself near your opponent and press the attack button while you tilt the left stick. Be sure to press
Max,
the
thank
attack
you for
button
the
when the
7
icon
months.
appears. Now,
I could swear some of you
wait
already
for my
subbed
command
before. How
and
did you
throw your
sub
opponent.
twice? Whatever.
Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Impressive, boss! Next, I'm going to teach you how to restrain an opponent close to you. This is a cornerstone of CQC. Grab hold of an enemy, and the bastard's life is in your hands. What you do from there is up to you. Just know that if you restrain him for too long, the average person will most likely pass out. Something to keep in mind. Let's begin. To restrain your opponent, hold down the attack button while near them. Restrain your opponent on my command. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Now we will throw your opponent after restraining them. To throw an enemy to the ground, press a direction on the left stick when you have them restrained. Restrain your opponent and throw them on my command. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Yeah, he's a random guy that has more personality than the entirety of the cast of Twin Snakes. I mean, Phantom
Impressive,
Pain.
boss!
Fuck, I get
Now
all
we
these
will
shitty
try
games mixed up.
CQC against multiple enemy opponents.
I say Twin Snakes
You
instead
can
of
also take
Phantom
out a
Pain.
group of enemies by throwing
Snake's
an opponent
Revenge.
you have restrained. First, restrain an opponent by pressing the attack button near them. Then, tilt the left stick to throw them. By tilting the left stick
But
toward
I guess
other enemies,
with
you
the
can
voice
send
acting,
your
yeah.
captive flying straight into
Twin
them.
Snakes
On
acts,
my command, restrain and then throw your
counts as
opponent.
well.
Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Again! Go!
I'm ready,
The
boss.
Phantom Twin Snakes Revengeance.
Fantastic! All right! Why don't we do something special since the boss is here? Anyone who feels like getting their ass kicked, step forward. Don't hold back, boss. When you're surrounded by multiple enemies, you'll have to take them on one after the other. To do it, simply press the attack button again while throwing the current enemy. Just be sure to wait for the icon to appear. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Again! Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! And stop! That's it for today! Thank you, boss! Snake!
What's going on, Kaz?
We've got guests.
Time to move.
Don't worry, it's not our friends from Langley. I brought him. Made sure we won't follow.
Thank you, Big Boss.
Call me Snake.
Sorry, Vic Boss.
Listen up. For us, there is no victory.
But in Revolution, doesn't one triumph or die?
We don't do either.
Here.
Ah, thank you. I feel like a new man. There's no coffee like Costa Rican coffee.
So, what brings a distinguished scholar from the Costa Rican government to Colombia?
Professor Galvez comes from Costa Rica's University for Peace.
You see, over the past year, there have been sightings of an armed group in Costa Rica. They're not ours, of course.
Costa Rica doesn't have an army.
Correct. Article 12 of our Constitution states that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished.
The Peace Constitution.
You think it's rebels who fled Nicaragua?
No, they don't appear to be guerrillas. They're far too organized.
What's your government's take?
The authorities in San Jose claim it's a multinational security firm, hired by the Development Corporation of Costa Rica. Lies, obviously. They're bringing in state-of-the-art weaponry and equipment by the shipload.
Where'd they get that kind of cash?
I fear La CIA may be involved.
The CIA.
As you both know, the United States views Central America as its backyard. Even after Cuba, we've managed to maintain a delicate balance with the US.
And your government can't just give them the boot?
We are not allowed to bear arms.
Japan's constitution has something similar. Article 9. It says Japan renounces war and can't maintain an army.
I understand that you and your men have neither state nor ideology. That you will fight any foe. Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country. We come to you, the Militaires Sans Frontières.
So, you want to hire us?
Yes, as our deterrent. We can't afford to pay much, it's true. But we can offer you this. A forward operating base. An offshore plant in the Caribbean.
Sounds pretty good to me. This place is becoming a mess anyway. Snake, we need someplace we can settle down.
The government's agreed to cooperate. Unofficially, of course.
A chopper for transport would be nice too.
I'll see what I can do.
Hold it. You seem to think we're just a pack of dogs of war. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I've heard. You're an army without a state.
No, we've only left our countries behind.
Please, you must help us.
If your suspicions are true, force isn't gonna do any good. You'll have to find a political solution.
The government's hands are tied.
Go back to your bosses in San Jose. Tell them if they want, I'll introduce them to a negotiator I know.
No. I'm not here on their behalf.
So, what are you doing here?
For over 20 years, I've preached the virtues of peace at multiple universities. Tonight, I stand before you as an educator. This is my student. She came to me to study peace. Her name is Paz. Paz Ortega.
Paz. Peace.
No kidding. That's my name too. Kazuhira. It's Japanese for peace. Pleased to meet you, Paz. Call me Kaz.
They've got a supply port north of Puerto Limon, a town in La Costa del Mar Caribe. A few days ago, Paz stumbled upon that facility while searching for a lost friend. She was captured. She's only a child.
Yes, I'm sure it's
16
there's
years
wrong.
old.
On Twitch.
They did
Right here.
terrible things to her, but somehow
Oh.
she managed to escape.
My god. You could do this?
My God. She's
Okay,
huérfana.
thanks Kojima.
Her mother died when she was small, and she lost her grandparents in the Civil
Defeat.
War. She hates war with a passion like no other.
My name is Paz, and I will do anything to protect my namesake. It is my one and only purpose.
Luckily, they had Shinkawa keeping fucking Ashley Wood in check in this
Get
game.
them out of my country. Make them leave Costa Rica.
Sorry, kid.
We know who you are, Big Boss. That is why we've come to you.
I love how that little square on OBS is just permanently in the red. Yes, 190 kilobits to upload. Yep, indeed. Okay, 356 now. Yeah, beautiful. Good thing I pay extra to have 30 upload. Ah, you guys are probably getting a shit ton of delay now.
Do you copy, Snake? I see you've landed. That makes one giant leap for us.
Uh.
I'm sending this from the offshore plant, our mother base. The signal is unidirectional. I'll be giving you commands and advice through this channel. Keep your headphones on at all times and pay attention. Also, make sure no one else can listen in. Snake, are you clear on the controls? Take a minute to refresh your memory. Use the left stick to move. Use the right stick to adjust your view. To change your settings, use the start button to open the menu. There's no one around. Why not try some shooting practice? Select a target and squeeze off a round or two. Press the directional buttons while holding the R2 button to switch weapons. Ready your weapon with the L1
62
button.
upload.
Then press the R1
62
button to
kilobits.
fire.
81.
How about a little
12.99.
shooting practice? Try
591.
hitting a close-up.
Beautiful. Should be getting 30k,
Select
but
equipment by pressing
yeah.
the square or circle button while holding the L2
I'm
button.
getting
To check your map,
81
press the start
kilobits.
button to open the menu.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, no problem.
The M16's a standard assault rifle, capable of rapid fire. To use the stun rod, first unequip any other weapons, then ready it with the L1 button and strike with the R1 button.
Alright, it's kind of green now. But, yeah, it's just...
That's it! Perfect! That's it! That's right. Nicely done, boss. That is a scarecrow. I think you got him, boss. Enough, boss. You're wasting ammunition. Apple doesn't grow on trees, you know.
So it does.
That's it. headed for is 10 A grenade should be able to take out that gate. Grenades explode. You throw them, Snake. Use the L1 button to ready throwing weapons. Once you've readied the weapon, throw with the R1 button. When using throwing weapons, hold the attack button down longer to throw farther. You won't throw the weapon until you let go of the button. Snake, don't you think you could use a little more practice?
Why does he always say that? I don't think there's even a way to make him say anything else.
That's it.
Maybe they expect you to spend a long time here practicing.
Perfect. That's it. Perfect. That's it.
I wonder if there's a way we can say something other than
That's right.
more
Nicely done, boss.
practice.
Make your way east.
Nice.
Perfect. The Mark 22 tranquilizer gun can put enemies to sleep. The closer to the head you hit, the more effective it is. Tranquilizer rounds are hard to come by. Don't waste them. The tranquilizer gun wasn't made to break things. The tranquilizer gun wasn't made to break things. The tranquilizer
Come
gun
on,
wasn't
say the
made
other
to
line,
break
you
things.
asshole.
That weapon won't help you put the lime in the coconut, boss.
What?
That weapon won't help you put the lime in the coconut, boss.
I wonder, you could technically clue yourself here with grenades. I wonder if he says anything if I get hurt. Nope. Just sunbathing. I think just 2 and 3 they have low HP calls, low health bar calls at the beginning of the game, but I guess 4 doesn't.
Make your way east.
Ah, fuck it.
I gotta thank you for agreeing to this, Snake. Man, am I glad to be out of here. Finally, we can leave all that crap in San Geronimo behind. Break into the mercenary business for real. Let me guess. You're doing it for her, aren't you? For her.
Are they still here?
Come on, Snake. This could be good for us. They're willing to give us an offshore plant, a place we can finally put down some roots. This is our chance to expand MSF.
We don't need a place to stay, Kaz. We're nomads. We always will be.
What? You'd rather keep wandering from conflict to conflict? Tools in the hands of whoever's fighting at the time?
The second we settle down, who's to say we won't become the warmongers?
Listen to me, Snake. We're not mercenaries. We're not a foreign legion. MSF's a business. A new kind of business. Look, It's not like we're trying to start a war here. All we need to do is find out who this security company really is.
Come on, Kaz. It's pretty obvious that they're backed by the CIA.
Wait a sec. That would mean...
Our friend, the Professor, is likely KGB.
I see.
We'd be making an enemy of our homeland.
And there'd be no turning back.
Ah, this damn thing won't light.
Huh?
Put on some coffee, Kaz. It's time for a little chat with the Professor.
I was a heavy smoker. When I got my medal from the Secretary General, he gave me this prosthetic hand as well. But smoking was ruining my lungs, so I quit. I've not had much use for it since. It's quite an honor to meet the legendary Big Boss.
That's just a code name the CIA made up.
Then perhaps I should call you John.
I don't have a name. Stop using that code name you liked so much 10 years ago. What about you, comrade? What do they call you back at Center?
Well then, allow me to get straight to the point. Land as slim as a whip, hot as torture.
That's the Chilean poet, Neruda.
Central America is the navel of the American continents, bridging north and south. We want this land. We'll build a socialist stronghold, then use it to split the Americas in two.
America would lose its backyard.
And with it, its economic production, shipping lanes, and strategic value. We, on the other hand, would gain a base from which all of Latin America would be well within our reach. He who controls Central America will win this Cold War. First comes Nicaragua, toppling the pro-American Somoza regime. In preparation, we've begun instigating anti-Somoza sentiment and providing aid to the Sandinista National Liberation Front.
You're manipulating Sandinista into overthrowing Somoza for you.
After the revolution, Nicaragua will become a socialist state.
You think America's just gonna let that happen?
Certainly not. After all, the CIA is already here.
And that's the armed group inside Costa Rica.
Precisely. It's clear that they've been sent in to disrupt our efforts across the border in Nicaragua. Simply put, the army now stationed in Costa Rica is CIA capital. But it's more complex than that. The CIA's got something else planned as well.
What?
That is the million-dollar question. Big Boss, we want you and your unit to find the answer. Infiltrate and investigate the facility in La Costa, where Paz was imprisoned. Learn all you can of their operations. Then, drive them out of the country.
You're asking us to settle a turf war between the KGB and the CIA?
What about her? That was all just an act?
You mean her words about peace? She was captured, that much is true. But I've kept my KGB affiliation from her.
And you thought we'd fall for a sob story?
No. I had good reason to bring her along. She managed to escape with her life, but her friend was not so lucky. Why were they attacked? I believe this will help explain. Perhaps they saw something they weren't supposed to. Perhaps they heard something they shouldn't have.
A cassette tape?
Paz took this during her escape. She says her friend happened to record it by accident.
What is that?
A portable stereo cassette player. The first of its kind.
Ah, I heard they were working on something like that in Japan. Didn't know you guys were too.
I believe what you're about to hear will help you understand.
What is that? A quetzal?
The phoenix bird.
Paz's friend was researching birds. She went out into the jungle to record bird calls and stumbled upon this.
So? So what?
Now it gets interesting.
Poisonous. I need to get rid of it. I chase it back to its nest. You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's all... Many people. I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
Paz. Voice print analysis confirms that this voice is indeed that of the legendary hero and criminal, the boss.
What?
The other hasn't been identified. Female in her 30s with a British accent. The song playing in the background was a hit in 1973.
What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your mentor? Your mission or your beliefs?
I am loyal to
Paz
myself.
is alive in Costa Rica.
As I understand it, she was your commander, fought by your side. And that you killed her under orders from the CIA, thus surpassing her to become the hero known as Big Boss. Well, what'll it be? Will you take the job?
Snake, it's gotta be a trap.
So you still can't turn your back on your country? Then I suppose you won't need this.
Wait!
Snake?
I'll do it for the girl. For Paz.
Okay. For peace, then.
For peace.
There they are. CIA mercs. Snake, you've got to get past them undetected. Avoid combat whenever possible.
There we go. PSP AI. So this game doesn't have difficulty settings. Instead, each mission has its own difficulty. So
This is a sneaky
the very
mission.
first few missions are kind
Take the
of
long way around.
derp.
Whatever it takes to stay out of sight. Your
What's up?
gun is a last resort. It could just as easily kill you as save you.
Got these guys in orange jackets so you can see them more clearly. And in general, you know, the story missions don't have that much difficulty to them.
The indicator
The
in
side
the
ups
upper
get pretty
right
crazy
serves as
though
a
at
compass
times.
and shows sound sources. Pay attention to your surroundings.
Yeah, we'll do the
The
date with
percentage in the
Kaz.
upper right is your camo
It's
index.
much later in the
The
game
lower
though.
the number, the more easily you'll be spotted. Conspicuous movements and loud noises will compromise your camo index. Your fatigues will act as camouflage. Keep your eye on what's left of your life gauge on the left of the screen. To the right of that, you'll see your sight gauge. Exhausting it will inhibit your actions. Your life gauge will recover with time. The sight gauge, too. You'll recover faster crouching than standing up. Lying flat works even better.
You can tell that this game is canon because you've got the beach, the dock loading area, the crates, the forklift, and the credits on screen in the forklift area.
Looks like you're inside the compound. Security is tight. Stay sharp.
18% camo index, basically invisible.
Yes, sir, we broke them. We acquired the whereabouts of target 500.
Acknowledged. Spears are loaded. The barge has cleared Point Bravo.
Acknowledged. Out.
This game has the most complex camo index, actually. Depending on your size of your weapon influences your camo index.
Where's it headed? What is it?
Airsuit! In the mountains!
What's up there? This is Snake. Kaz, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You found a radio.
It's got a circuit that reverses the audio phase.
Let's switch frequencies from time to time, just to make sure we're not detected.
I found a map of their bases. The cargo's heading from the marshes west towards Irasu.
Nice going, boss.
Kaz, this place is full of film badges. Dozens of them.
Film badges? Like the ones used to measure radiation exposure?
The radio man was wearing one. And whoever he was talking to called the cargo Spears.
Wait, that would mean...
Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
Holy Mother of God.
How's that map, Snake? Think you can use it?
It tells me where their bases are, but it's just a bunch of points. No routes. I need better intel on the lay of the land.
Snake, the professor said he's got the Sandinistas on his side. Said you should get in touch with the FSL and Commandante.
Do they know they're backed by the KGB?
Nah. As far as they know, they're really fighting for the revolution. The KGB is staying behind the scenes. I'm not sure the Sandinistas are aware of what's really going on.
Still can't believe anybody would bring nukes here.
Yeah, that's a shocker. Costa Rica's party to the Tlatelolco Treaty, which declares Latin America a nuke-free zone. Based on Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles, it bans the testing, use, import, or deployment of nuclear weapons. If word of this gets out, Opinol will be forced to act. It'll cause an international uproar.
The treaty was signed to prevent another Cuban Missile Crisis. If the US itself is gonna scrap it...
Latin America's too close to spawning another Cuba or two already. The entire continent would become one big powder keg.
Well, if they did bring nukes, we can't let them get away with it.
Are they planning a test? Showing off? Or is it all to keep the anti-American movement in check?
Good question. Why bring them here? I can't figure it out.
Whatever the CIA's up to in Costa Rica, the professor wants it stopped. We need to find out what that something is.
We need to get ready first, Kaz. Repairs?
Working as fast as we can, boss. This place is pretty beat. Looks like hell. But as long as you're with us, we'll make it heaven. No one can bother us here. No state telling us what to do. This is the MSF's haven, our mother base. And with this foothold, we'll back you up even better than before. We're gonna turn this pile of junk into something big.
MGS V is okay. I guess you could use a manual if you run out of toilet paper, yeah. Alright, let's take a look. Auto-sign these guys. And then we're gonna move Miller from the combat unit to R&D so we can make smoke grenades. There we go. I think these quotes are randomized, so you don't always get the same. But yeah, just by looking at these guys, you get little quote, little something. These include little gameplay tips, little references, things, and Easter eggs, or just things that they say. You look prettier every time I see you. It gives them a little bit of character, yeah. And all these comments, all these quotes, I think were written by a bunch of different people in the development team, so they actually reflect having different personalities and different feel to them. I'm saving up to my pay to buy a house and get married. When I find my weapon, never aim for the head. Can't recruit them if they're dead, after all. Got a male elephant beetle. Yeah, I think they're different every time. Of course, Miller has his own quote and skill. Just between you and me, I'm the guy who keeps them stuff together. I got a daughter. She's going to be 12 next year. I have to make it out of this alive. This guy looks like Johnny. A bunch of the portraits also look like other characters or voice actors or, you know, people in the series. This guy looks like Gray Fox. Telling me armor-piercing rounds go through shields and helmets? Bobcat. And, you know, their fighting ability is divided into a bunch of different categories that you can actually feel while you're playing. If you're playing as somebody other than Snake, you know, shoot, reload, throw, plays, walk speed, run speed, fight, defense. It actually feels a lot different playing like D rank or an S rank. You can feel the difference, unlike a certain other game. There's the recoil management, the reload speed, their throwing distance, you know, the speed at which they place mines and stuff, and other replaceable weapons, their movement speed, their CQC damage. They're all different. Go figure. Imagine. This PSP game can do that. Why would you play as someone other than Snake? Good question. Because that takes me to the next point, actually. Hold on, let's start the development of smoke grenades, which, and the next suppressor here, which you can actually interrupt if you need to. And if your teams change or you do not meet the requirements any longer, the development will actually stop, unlike a certain other game. And it's not fucking real lifetime, but instead it increases with each mission. Unlike a certain other game. I'm gonna be saying this a lot. Unlike a certain other game with a similar structure, why would you play as someone other than Snake? Well, what if I told you that the extra missions, the side ops, actually have context to them, and they're not just fucking thrown together in 2 seconds with no context or nothing to them, yeah? For example, Snake has knocked out a radio soldier in the supply facility. That guy that we just knocked out in the cutscene, right? There are side missions that you could not do as Snake because Snake is doing something else, and they have little calls, little context to them, and some even have tapes and have a lot of variety of different things that you can do in this game. So sometimes you can't.
The boss has infiltrated the area around the coastal supply facility and knocked out the soldier there.
Imagine.
But we can't just leave him there to be found.
Imagine that.
I need you to get in there and capture the unconscious soldier using the Fulton recovery system. Do it quickly before he comes to.
There's even missions where you get calls from Snake while you're, playing as someone else. The Snake is busy fighting Peace Walker and you're like protecting him, and you get calls from him. But we can't do this when the Snakes. Our next best guy is Alligator, who sucks, but whatever, we'll manage. Like a certain other game, the side missions have context and dialogue to them as well. Unlike a certain other game, you have to equip the Fulton here in your inventory, and the limited amount of Fultons actually matters. It basically determines whether you can S-rank some vehicle missions or not. So for a long time you're limited and you have to get creative by it. You can't just get infinite Fultons at basically free price because GMP doesn't do shit in a certain other game. This game it matters. Let's see. Also a little detail here. When you select someone, the background of this screen is their face, their portrait. Very zoomed in, so it's a little hard to tell. Like for Snake, you can see the dark hair area in the background. That's his eye patch. It's all the way zoomed in. If we select this guy, it's his face. But this guy is his other face. Anyway, we'll be doing a lot of the tapes, most of them. In fact, let's do this mission first. Imagine making a console game that is modeled after the structure of a PSP game. Nobody would be stupid enough to do that, right? God, this guy's so slow.
Get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button.
And the tapes in this game, of course, are meant to be listened to at your own pace, on the go, whenever you want. Because it's a portable game. It would be extremely stupid if somebody did the same for a non-portable game. No one would be that stupid. Not to mention the quality of the tapes, the writing, the dialogue, the voice acting, and the characters. Yeah. Whatever. Might as well get all of them.
Try using Fulton recovery on him. Hurry up and send those knocked out soldiers back here. Don't mess around or they're gonna wake up.
Imagine having an animation to Fulton yourself.
We'll pick you up there.
Out of the mission area.
You did it. Keep it up.
Yeah, they probably suck, but whatever. They're probably E ranks. Let's see what we got. Yep. Hey, there's a C guy. You can do better than this. We don't really need the M1C. it's a brand with a loudener. That's so ugly. 762 by 63. It's a little silly they use the metric system even for obviously American calibers like 30-06, like whatever. Analyzer. Yeah, we don't need this. Alright. Tapes time. Do wish there was a tape menu that doesn't require you going into a mission, but whatever, it's fine. So obviously the game is a little heavy on tapes. No shit. You aren't supposed to just sit and do all of them in one sitting. Yeah. But every time you start the game, of course, there's a lot of context to set, the characters, the places, and every time you recruit a character, they actually have personality and a story and you know, motives and things to talk about. So every time we get an important character in this game, they come with a whole bunch of tapes. Go figure. Imagine that. Alright, so we'll be doing these.
Kaz, what kind of shape is that plant the professor gave us in?
First time I laid eyes on it, I thought it was some kind of joke. It was a giant birdhouse, seagulls everywhere. We eventually scraped off most of the rust and bird crap. The underlying structure's intact. Little elbow grease? Man, we should be in business.
Who used to own it anyway? Whatever shape it's in now, somebody sank some serious money into building it.
From what I can tell, an American university built it as a research platform for ocean thermal energy conversion. The name's still on some of the rusty old power turbines. I'm guessing they must have had government and corporate assistance to build it too. But they couldn't solve the thermal efficiency problem, and the project was canceled. Then after the university abandoned it, a KGB front company scooped it up for next to nothing. At least that's my theory.
How'd the KGB manage to buy a plant built with American capital, front company or not?
Yeah, that professor is quite the operator. One other thing. The plant's set up so that it can join up with other plants of the same standard.
So, they were originally planning on expanding the place, huh?
Hey, let's give it a shot. We can get some more people together and build this place up into a proper home for MSF. You're with me on this, right, boss?
I don't need to shit on anything. That game just shits itself without me having to do anything. This game's existence shits all over Phantom Pain as it is. I don't even have to do anything.
Snake, you can use the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to send prisoners and unconscious mercenaries you encounter back to Mother Base. I know you've used the Fulton before, but just to make sure I'm not missing anything, let's review the steps.
Okay.
First, attach a balloon to the unconscious enemy or captured prisoner.
Right. I hook a wire to their waist, and on the other end of the wire, there's a helium balloon.
Right. Then we'll send over a chopper to catch the floating balloon with its recovery hook and reel it up into its cargo hold.
And that's it?
And that's it. We finished installing the recovery hook on the Huey.
Wait, Kaz. Something doesn't make sense about this whole process.
This again.
Well, normally, Fulton recovery is for when you're using fixed-wing aircraft. With a helicopter, isn't it simpler to land and pick up directly?
Listen, Snake. You're going to be calling for recoveries repeatedly throughout your mission. We want to keep the risk of taking enemy fire to a minimum. The best way to get that done is to do the recovery in a high-speed flyby. That's what the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system is for.
Uh-huh. What's the real reason?
Helicopters are cheaper, and the repair bills will start adding up once the bullets start flying.
I thought so. Kaz, I know we need to keep costs down, but...
Boss, you really need to get rid of this whole army mentality. We're not the Pentagon. We don't have billions of taxpayer dollars to play with. And besides...
Fine. Just Pick a reason that makes sense.
Helicopters have quicker response time. Sounds strange, yeah, but it works great. I promise. You'll get used to it before long.
Yeah, I hope so.
Remember why we created MSF Snake. To provide military force to whoever needs it, wherever they are, regardless of nation or ideology. Our beliefs aren't all that lofty.
We just won't be the tools of any one country.
Exactly. We know only how to fight. But we refuse to live our lives at the whim of the state. The MSF seal is patterned after Pangaea, the supercontinent from 250 million years ago. Back then, the whole world was one landmass, one world. No gaps, no rifts.
Our strength will take us back there. What about you, Kaz? Any interest in expanding MSF?
You'd better believe it. I want to make us into an organization that doesn't take orders from any country. Just like you were saying, we have to be strong. Strong enough to defend ourselves. We need money, too. Money to train soldiers to fight. The way I see it, we make MSF into something along the lines of a new kind of business. A contractor providing the full range of military services. Not just combat, but logistics, training, weapons, outfitting, and R&D. Combining the small footprint and exceptional performance of special forces with the raw military might of a full regular army. Only with that kind of power can we break free of nation-states. What I need from you, boss, is to go out and find guys we can bring back here using Fulton recovery. Then tell us what assignment to use them for. I'll take care of the rest. Your old mentor, the boss. She was known in the West as the mother of special forces, right?
Nothing but propaganda.
Actually, it's not all that far from the truth. I heard the KGB just set up a counter-sabotage cell. Alpha Group, I think they call it. There's even a rumor that West Germany created a counter-terrorist unit within its border police after the debacle at the Munich Olympics. Back home in the States, they've got the illustrious Green Berets, the SEALs, and your personal creation, Foxhound. The seeds sown by the boss are beginning to sprout. Same goes for MSF, right? In creating it, you were carrying on the will of the boss.
Yeah. She taught me how to fight the hard way. She beat it into me.
And now, thanks to her, we can take on missions other than just conventional combat. After all, we've got the same mother as the Army's Special Forces. Still can't believe Professor Galvez was KGB.
Well, like the professor said, Moscow's hell-bent on communizing Latin America.
Yeah, the Cuban intel services are all in the KGB's pocket. You don't think he's got some kind of ulterior motive?
If the CIA is up to something, it's only natural that the KGB wants to know about it. But I doubt they're showing us their full hand.
We'd better watch our backs.
What do you think, Kaz? Why did Paz come all the way to Colombia herself?
It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value. Don't forget to give the MSF staff assignments. Where you place people will determine how Mother Base grows.
Right.
That goes for me too. Assign me wherever you think is best.
You? I thought you were second in command.
Don't worry, I've got that covered. But MSF is still small, and I don't have the leisure of sitting around on my butt all day.
I see your point, but...
Not to brag or anything, but I kick ass at whatever job you gave me. Put me in the area you want to focus on developing most. I'll take real good care of the staff there.
Easy, Kaz.
Jesus, it's not stopping. It's simply not fucking stopping. See what we can do about it. Maybe I do need to restart my internet, but it's such a piece of shit. Yeah, and there is no end in sight. Let me see. Yeah, they're all just like a minute delay. It's just permanent red, jumping up and down all the time. Well, guys, since we got a little bit of time on the timer, so we shouldn't picnic about it. I think it's best to just restart it. It's gonna take about 3 to 5 minutes, but yeah, fuck it. Alright, guys. And we are back. And it probably didn't fix anything, but I had to try it. Well, yeah, it's still fucked, even after restarting my internet. Beautiful.
Snake, about cardboard boxes. It feels kind of weird me explaining this stuff to you, but there have been a few recent developments in cardboard box technology. So just to be safe, here goes.
Go on.
You can do much more with a box than just hide under it. You can put it someplace and leave it there.
Huh?
You can get on top of it and use it to reach high places, or hide from the enemy in its shadow.
I like what I'm hearing so far.
And that's not all. You can even put items in it and send them to co-op's teammates.
Really? I never thought of any of that. Damn. Is there anything a cardboard box can't do? Every soldier should have one.
Yeah, well, don't get too excited. This isn't exactly what they were made for.
Which reminds me, don't you think the boxes around here are a little on the big side?
You're right. I bet 2 people could fit under one box, if they packed in tight enough. They call them love boxes.
Love boxes?
Of course, you don't need a love box to fit 2 people inside. Any box of similar size will do.
2 men in a box.
Up to 2 people can fit inside a cardboard box.
Tell me how.
Move close to a box with a teammate inside, and an icon will appear. Then press the action button. You'll stay inside as long as the action button is pressed.
So, same as snake formation, huh?
Exactly the same. In fact, when you put on a cardboard box when snake in, both of you can climb inside.
A box big enough to hold me and my buddy. These are fine times we live in, hey, Kaz?
Yeah. Sure, boss. Snake, about that cassette player Galvez was carrying.
What about it?
That was no Russian imitation. It was the real deal. A prototype developed by a Japanese company.
Get out of here.
It's true. It had the Sony logo on it. The product name is Walkman.
Walkman.
It's a revolutionary new concept. Music you can listen to on the go. You can take it with you when you leave the house. I gave it a listen, and you wouldn't believe how good the sound quality is for something so tiny. And in stereo, too. Think of the technology that must have gone into it. And that tape is equally amazing. The treble range is clearly superior to any other cassette ever made. Stylish, too.
How'd Galvez get his hands on a model that's not even out yet?
Beats me. It's not the kind of thing I'd expect some stodgy Soviet to be into.
Me neither. Tell you what, though, it's a fine piece of work. It'll let me listen to my music when I want, where I want.
I never thought I'd hear you say that, but I have to agree. Me? I'm a recording freak, and I always used to laugh at the idea of a portable player. But now that I've seen it in action, I've changed my mind. Being able to take your music with you, this could be the start of a revolution in music.
Could be.
I'm having the guys at Mother Base study and analyze it. Who knows? They might be able to come up with something even better.
Let's go take a look at it. So obviously they've got the old school Walkman first, but if you keep researching it, it goes up to the modern models of it. Well, you know, modern up until when this game came out. There was even a Peace Walker edition of the modern Walkman. It's extremely rare to find. I wonder, because they tell you the exact model. Let's see, Walkman TPS-L2. Yeah, holy shit, these things are like $1,000, $1,500 on eBay. Damn. Yeah, it's like $1,000. But this is the first Walkman ever made, but it's still an anachronism because 1979. Nice. And they go from $500 to $1,500 depending. Nice. I didn't even bother to look at it. Wow. Oh yeah, it's fucking retro, old school. Oh, there's one in Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, no wonder. Never mind. We'll do the political tapes later.
Choosing the right uniform is crucial. Pick one that matches the mission objective and your own combat style.
Wait. So you're telling me that the uniform influences how much ammo you can carry, how fast you move, how many weapons you can have, and your camo index as well as your defense rating? That's too complicated. Only a PSP game could do that. Imagine.
Jungle fatigues are made for jungle combat. They provide decent protection and let you carry a fair number of weapons. Your standard uniform, basically. The distinguishing factor is that your camo index will vary a lot, depending on the area. Wear a pattern that makes you blend in with your surroundings, and your camo index goes up. Wear something that clashes, and you'll stick out like a sore thumb.
Pick the right pattern for the occasion. Sigint used to lecture me on it all the time.
Nah, let's just make it so you can always carry the same amount of weapons and ammo and speed, yeah, whatever. Oh, and health
Naked.
regen.
That's exactly what you are with this uniform. The pants are the same as the jungle fatigues. Obviously, since you're exposing your bare skin, your defense and camo index are gonna be low. On the plus side, it's so light you can move around quicker.
Good for showing off muscles, too.
Hey, Snake, I heard they gave you your old code name because you used to run around with your shirt off. Is that true?
Don't believe everything you hear. They called me naked because I went in without gear or food. I had to procure everything on site.
You mean they sent you into the jungle without even a pair of pants? On a halo jump from 35,000 feet? Sweet Jesus, you are a legend.
You're busting my balls, aren't you, Kaz?
Little bit, yeah.
Hilarious.
Alright, for this tape about how Miller met Snake, we're going in depth. In the game, we only get a few lines of it, but there is a Japanese radio drama that goes super in depth about how they met and how they started working together. But yeah, it being Japanese, it's in Japanese. We only recently got an official English subtitle translation of it, thanks to Ground Zeroes. If you play the Japanese version of Ground Zeroes, it will include the story of how Miller met Snake, and since you can have English subtitles in the Japanese version of Ground Zeroes, we now have official English subtitles for it. So we'll do this, and you'll see the beginning is the exact same, and then it changes, it goes into much more detail.
Life's funny sometimes, isn't it?
What brought that on?
We first met as enemies on the battlefield, and now here we are fighting side by side.
You mean Columbia?
Yeah. After I quit the JSDF, I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries, despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat.
I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then.
Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian Army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out, and I was left half dead from a bomb blast.
Then, as I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan.
You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms.
I didn't want it to go off. I'd heard samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him.
And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again.
Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again.
Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuck full of tubes. Why'd you save me? Your enemy after I tried to kill you.
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take as a warrior.
Wow, I never knew that. And that's why you...
I realized then that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later, here we are.
This is my channel, Jelly. If I want to play other stuff, I'll play here. Once I get over my irrational fear of playing on Metal Gear stuff here, we already did a little bit of that. We have several other games during this subathon as well. But yeah, now we will... shit, I should have gone back to Mother Base to save. Okay, let me fix this real quick. Shit. Let me fix it real quick. Oh, you can skip that. We just have to skip through these tapes real quick so that the notification on it goes away, and we'll get back where we were. Let's see. Okay.
Remember? What about you, Kaz? You're all...
There's a good thing about starting a new game, which you can actually do, by the way, without deleting your fucking save in this game. The good thing about starting a new game is that it gives you the tapes in order. If you just use a previous save, they're all unlocked, and it's a bit of a mess on how to play them in order.
Life's fun.
These, and then we had this one,
Choosing.
And this one.
Jungle.
Yeah, imagine you can actually have save slots in this game. Oh yeah, we did the box and the Walkman as well.
Snake.
Shit. These two. Okay, I think that's it. I should have just saved
Snake.
the fact that we play these tapes. Okay, that wasn't too bad. We're back here. Now let's go back and save. Sign these guys again. Balls of the wall. Wow. Oh, my stomach. Wow. Fucking E ranks. Okay, save. Now we can head to Japanese Ground Zeroes. Which is not really Ground Zeroes stuff, it's Peace Walker stuff. But it's in Ground Zeroes. Also, an interesting thing, somebody was asking about the sales of Peace Walker earlier. It did pretty well in Japan, but in the West, since it's a PSP game, people were like, yeah, it's a PSP game, it doesn't matter. So it didn't sell well, it didn't do well in the West, which is a fucking shame. And as a result, in the West, for every Ground Zeroes related, you know, artwork and cover and whatever, they removed Kaz from the background. It's just Big Boss on it, because they were afraid that people wouldn't know who Kaz is. But as you can see in the Japanese version, there's Kaz in the background. It's another thing that is really sad. So fuck everything about that. One of the biggest fucking injustices in the world. Peace Walker doesn't get the recognition it should. There's the people that have shit taste and no fucking idea what it means for a game to have soul in it. That only MGS 2, and Peace Walker have. But yeah, it might be Underground Zeroes tapes, but it literally says it's Peace Walker content, yeah. But since people are fucking stupid, we will put this big red thing on the screen and watch people still come in and be like, this isn't Ground Zeroes, asswipe. Are we done with Peace Walker already? Fox engine. It runs like shit on PS3, but we're only running it for the tapes, so fuck it. Subtitles in 720p instead of 1080p. Oh well, yeah. Ah, fuck off. Okay. So, there's an extra menu here, Peace and Kazuhira Blues. Listen to recordings from Peace Walker. Oh wait, I covered it. Of course I covered it. But yeah, people don't fucking get it anyway. So, you'll see that it starts out the same way. But it goes much more in depth. And like I said, this for me, I think this is my favorite version of Big Boss. This is peak Big Boss here. How you know, he carries himself and how he interacts with everything and gives orders and whatever. Obviously voiced by Aki Asuka in Japanese. Hater doesn't even come close. And in general, the relationship between Miller and Big Boss, it just doesn't come through as it should in English. But yeah, I think this is my favorite Big Boss, peak Big Boss in these tapes. Anyway, yeah, let's play it.
人生ってのはわからないもんだな。いきなり何の話だ。戦場で敵同士として出会った俺とあんたが今はこうして共に戦ってるってことがさ。コロンビアでのことが、ああ、自衛隊を飛び出してコロンビアに流れ着いた俺は実戦経験もないくせにいきなり革命勢力の指導教官というポジションを得た。スペイン語での営業トークは当時から得意だったと見える。茶化さないでくれよ。ついてなかったのはあんたが政府軍側に雇われていたことだ。今でも忘れられない。あっという間だった。あんたたちの待ち伏せ攻撃で俺の部隊は瞬時に半数が倒され、泡を食った俺は頭の中が真っ白になっちまった。おかげでその後の指揮はひどいありさま。結局部隊はどうします、教官。ミラー教官。ああ、教官、二手に分かれる。お前はついてこい。待ってくれ、俺はあっちだ。言うことを聞け。あんた俺を大鳥に。違う、急げ。走れ、こっちだ。教官、そっちは。ミラー教官。おい。仕掛け爆弾か。畜生。しまった。負傷者の抗争を急げ。互角兵器は可能な限り持ち帰るんだ。遺体は道端に並べてタープをかけてやれ。おい大将、武器を捨てろ。両手は頭だ。英語はわかるか。手が聞こえん。手が上がらない。大将、いらんことは考えるな。お前の部隊は全滅だ。俺は日本から来た。自ら望んでやってきた。それは戦場が俺の居場所だからだ。分かったから両手を見せろ。解釈を頼む。解釈？切腹、腹切りだよ。俺は侍だ。 自分で腹を切る。その時俺の首を落としてくれ。これが解釈だ。後ろから円髄の下めがけて一気に振り下ろせ。だが皮一枚で刃を止めるんだ。振り切ると首がどっかに転がっちまう。鳥の餌は嫌だ。できないのか？
マジェット。はい、ボス。
悪いな。すぐ済む。じゃあな。
グレネードだボス。安全レバーが外れなければ手榴弾は起爆しない。手を離せ。そうはいかん。ボス待て。お前自爆しようとしたな。
俺たち日本人は二度と負けない。たとえどんな手段を使おうと決して負けない。負けな。野戦病院。いや、テントか。
政府が建てた臨時収容施設だ。思ったより顔色がいいな。動くのは無理だ。日中は暑いだろうが我慢してくれ。
帰れ。
話が終わったら帰る。武器もない。お前も手榴弾はなしだ。
帰れ。
永久に痛みを忘れさせてやってもいいんだぞ。こっちも仲間をやられたからな。ほら、差し入れだ。開けてみろ。
何しに来た？尋問か？
違う。お前のことはもう知ってる。和平ミラー。日本陸上自衛隊出身。戦争をしない軍隊が。
軍隊じゃない。
米国を経てなんか目立った実戦経験はなしにもかかわらず、2ヶ月前から反政府勢力の教官として一個小隊を指揮。大したもんだ。
見舞いならもう帰れ。
それも違う。そっち座るぞ。
静かに座ってくれ。
スカウトに来た。お前を仲間にしに来たんだ。
仲間？
そうだ。どうした？本気だぞ。
革命軍には俺のクライアントがいる。支払いも悪くない。
まるでビジネスマンだな。
この国の混乱は当分続くだろう。なのに政府軍にくら替えしろってのか？
そいつも違う。
どう違う？
政府当局との契約は昨日で切れた。お前とやり合ったのが最後だ。
そうか。あんたも俺と同じ金で雇われた。
金のためじゃない。俺たちはみんな自分のために戦う。
つまり金のためだろ
う。日本が奇跡の経済復興を遂げるわけだ。お前の説得には時間がかかりそうだな。
いらないよ。もう帰ってくれ。
お前回復したら監獄入りだそうだ。連中の尋問は過酷だぞ。何しろ俺の仕込みだ。
それが？
例えばフランス人がインドシナで好んで使った爪の間に薄い竹べらを差し込むってやつだ。
爪？
こいつはひどく言いたい。大の男が赤ん坊のように泣きわめく。垂れ流すぞ。
脅しか？
だが生き物ってやつは痛みだけで死に至ることはない。両手両足爪は20枚ある。そいつを1枚ずつ時間をかけてじっくりいたぶる。それが終わったらまだ爪がなくなっただけ。人間の痛点はまだたっぷり残ってる。 歯なんてどうだ。28本あるぞ。お前親知らずは？差し入れ開けてみろ。
これはおむつ。
その時役立つおしめだ。
笑えね
え。外見てみろ。正規軍の奴らが言う処刑、ここじゃ見慣れた風景だ。どうだ、俺んところに来るんなら全部チャラ、無罪放免にしてやる。
雇われ兵のあんたに何ができる？
ここの基地司令官と俺は仲良しでね。
仲良し？
奴の上層部に知られたくない秘密が俺の日記帳に書いてあるくらいのな。
ブラックメールか。
奴にとっちゃ命だ。
おい、病室だぞ。
お前しかいない。
だがなぜ俺を？ここを抜け出したら軍隊復帰するかもしれないんだぜ。
いや、噂を聞いた。
噂？
和平ミラーは反政府組織を壊滅させるために潜入した政府側の工作員だったというな。
でたらめだ。
政府軍のディスインフォメーション工作、 CIA の入れ知恵か。
くだらんな。
だが反政府組織はどう思う？部隊は全滅、お前の死体は残っていない。お前を疑うよな。
あんたか。あんたがその噂を。
いや、だがどっちにしろお前はもう戻れない。反政府軍は裏切り者和平ミラーへ報復に出るだろう。単独のフリーランサーとしてはやりづらくなるな。少なくともこの辺じゃ。かといって出国も命がけだろう。反政府勢力に加担するのは割が合わん。金も装備もないが責任は重いからな。だが政府軍もやめておけ。権力の復讐が体に染みつく。俺んとこに来い。装備は自前で揃ってる。イデオロギーもパワーバランスも関係ない。戦いを求める者の理想郷だ。
俺があんたにつくだって？いくら雇われでも敵方のあんたに？
戦うことしかできない人間がいる。生まれつきか誰かにそうさせられたか、戦いにしか生の充足を得られない奴がな。だが何のために戦う？国？家族？金か？
俺は
どうでもいい。だがそういう連中が同じ境遇を持った奴ら同士が仲間になった方がいい。殺し合うくらいならな。
勝利か、さもなくば死か。俺はあんたへの負けを認めてない。
そうか。
あんたにつく理由がない。そうだ、勝負をしないか。
勝負？
あんたが勝ったら仲間になってやるよ。だが負けたら俺を逃がしてくれ。
何をする気だ？
あんたと決着をつけたいだけだよ。どうだ、傷を治して1週間後だ。勝負の内容と場所は俺が決める。
いいだろ
う。おい、俺が勝って自由になったら噂を流す。あんたは工作員で反政府勢力に情報を流してるってな。何がおかしい？尋問はあんたが受けるんだ。こいつもあんたが使え。
分かった。何か必要なものがあったらここの連中に言え。俺から伝えておく。
そうするよ。
あ、そうだ。
ん？
脱走は考えるな。ここの兵隊は従順だが気性が荒い。下手に動いたら勝負は永遠にお預けになるぞ。
ああ。
じゃあまたな、和平ミラー。
おい。 俺は金のために戦ってるんじゃない。
じゃあなんだ。
いや、あんたに話すようなことじゃない。なんて呼べばいい？
俺か。
ああ、
ボスと呼べ。俺はスネークだ。
スネーク。1週間後だ。
ああ、これここは置いとくぞ。
ああ、あんたが言ってくれたおかげだろう。キャンプの兵士たちは協力的だったよ。監視役の兵士はついたが、病院の敷地内なら自由に動けた。監視役はこう言った。ボスにそうしろと頼まれたからな。目がまっすぐだった。不思議だ。あんたはもう政府軍を離れている。だがこいつは未だにボスと呼び、しかもそのことに喜びを感じている。自由に歩き回ったおかげで残念なことも分かった。脱出は無理だ。見張りは厳重。24時間隙がない。ま、想像はしてた。勝負に向けてと称して必要なものを調達してもらった。ゴーグル、時計、森、マッチシューティング用のセミカスタムガバにまで OK が出た。気前が良すぎる。だが兵士は言った。ボスに銃は無駄だ。一瞬で撃てなくしちまうからな。手品でも使うのかと思った。だがそいつは笑って試してみればわかると付け足した。ここの兵士はみんな戦士としての、それか指揮官としてのあんたに深い敬意を抱いていた。軍を辞めてついていきたがってるやつもたくさんいたんだ。あの人のためなら命も惜しくない。かつての部下にそこまで慕われる軍人、それがあんたの強さの秘密ってやつか。俺は革命軍の連中をまるで鞭で追い立てるように扱っていた。連中もそれなりに動いてくれたが、俺についてこいと言って従うやつがどれくらいいただろうか。部隊は全滅。もう確かめようがない。最後の準備だ。取り寄せたスコッチを打賃にしてミエールって呼ばれてる地元の行商人に手紙を渡した。しばらく観察していたが、兵士はみんなこいつには気を許していた。酒瓶をちらつかせるとミエールはその名の通りミツバチのように寄ってきた。よし行け。宛先は俺が目をかけていたゲリラ戦士たち。優秀で信用できる。あの時は居残り組だったからまだ健在のはずだった。すぐに蜜が運ばれてきた。説明を理解、計画も了解。これでいい。この時は勝利を確信していた。1週間が経った。よし、この辺で止めろ。あんたも降りてくれ。
ミラー、この辺りはダメだ。場所を変えよう。
ビビるなよ。前人未到のジャングルだ。ここのワニは人肉なんて食べたことないさ。
メガネカイマンのことじゃない。
危険な動物はいない。毒蛇はあんたのお仲間だろ、スネーク。ここなら邪魔者も入らない。
山賊風情のゴロツキがこの辺りを根城にしていると聞いたことがある。麻薬を栽培してカルテルに売ってるような連中だ。 よそ者がうろつくのは好まないだろう。前人未到だって。よく見ろ、人間が通った跡だらけだ。折れた草、木の幹に刃物の傷。あそこ見ろ、裏返った小石がまだ湿ってる。数時間以内に誰かがここに来てるんだ。しかも一人や二人じゃない。おい侍、ここはやめた方がいい。これ以上面倒を背負いたくないならな。
場所はここじゃなきゃまずい。
なぜだ。
ああ、待て。何をおじけづいてるんだ、スネーク。あんたの兵士に見張りをさせておけばいい。そいつらが近づいてこないように。それに俺が逃げられないようにな。
もちろんそのつもりだ。
この人数と装備を見たら誰も近づいてこない。そうだろ。
分かった。で、何をする気だ。
森で魚を突く。スピアフィッシングだ。やったことは？
ナイフでなら。
ナイフで？
こんな便利なものは持ってないからな。
そうか、まあいい。取った魚の数と大きさで競う。平和的だろ。ほら。
これで俺が勝ったら納得するんだな。
もちろんだ。あんたをボスって呼んでやるよ。
よし、長居は無用だ。始めよう。よし、来た。どりゃ。でけえ。アロワナだらけだ。いい穴場を知ってたな。だからここにしたかったのか。
まあな。
何匹取った？
2匹。
小さいな。これじゃモズの餌だ。
なんと7匹。しかも全部1メートル近い。
へえ。よし、お前にハンデをやる。
ハンデ？
この先たった一度でもお前が勝てばその時点でミッション完了だ。お前を逃がして俺は完全に手を引こう。で、次は
腕相撲、アームレスリングはどうだ？
分かった。
始め。勝負あり、ボス。さすがです、ボス。
他に得意なことは？
銃の分解組み立て競争といこう。日本じゃ一番早かった。
じゃあ目隠ししてやろう。
始め。
あれ？これがいや、待てよ。この先、ぬるっとした。おかしいな。
よし、
そこまで。
なんだそりゃ。月着陸船か。
次は早食いだ。
早食い？何を？
あれだ。
さっき取った魚、アロワナを。
そう。しかも煮たり焼いたりはなしだ。
生でか？
そうだ。生は嫌いか？
好んで食べはしないが。
兵士たるもの、食える時に食えるものを食えるだけ食う。そんな胃袋を持っているべきだ。
そうだな。
だからそれを競う。
いいだろう。8年ぶりか。懐かしいな。サバイバルビワー。
サバえ？そんな一息に。
うまい。
あんた生魚食えたのか？
ローフィッシュを食べるのは日本人だけだとでも思ったが。
いや、日本人でも魚ごとかぶりつくことはあまり。
うますぎる。何してる？お前も食え。
ああ。
最 最高だ。
腹渡まで食ってる。
この柔らかいとこがうまい。
あ、寄生虫が。
よく噛めば死ぬ。
待った。もういい。
そうか。で、もう観念して俺の舞台に来い。
いや、これからだ。よし、次の勝負は。
まだやるのか。
もちろんだ。
今度はなんだ。柔道か、わんこそばか。
詳しいな。いや違う、射撃、スピードシューティングだ。
大声出すな。
順番に銃を撃って6つの的を撃ち倒した時間を競う。
分かった。だがそろそろ日が沈む。それに銃声が聞こえればゴロつきが近づいてくるだろう。これが最後の勝負だ。
もちろんだ。もし俺が負けたら今度こそ認めよう。
その言葉忘れるな。誰かガバをくれ。
スタンバイ。2秒62。
やるね。
今度はお前の番だ。
ああ。だがターゲットはスネーク、あんただ。
囲まれた。
よう待たせたな。やっとお前たちの出番だ。
さっきの大声は合図か。こいつらは山賊じゃないな。
俺が一番信頼してる奴らだ。
あらかじめここに集めておいた。だからお前はこの場所に固執した。
まあそんなところだ。
さっきまでのお遊びは日が暮れるまでの時間稼ぎか。
楽しかったよ。だがあんたの飼い犬になる気はない。
飼い犬？俺のところに来いと言っただけだ。
同じことだ。覚えているか。俺は金のために戦っているんじゃない。
ああ、何のためだ。
俺には夢がある。
私には夢がある。キング牧師か。
そんな器じゃない。だが俺も世界を変える。変わる世界にこうする。新しいビジネスを作る。
経営者だったとはおみそれした。
この冷戦はじきに終わる。敵味方の区別がつかない混沌の時代が来るだろう。その時俺は必要な場所に必要な兵員、物資、整備、情報、あらゆる軍事力を派遣する。国も主義も思想も関係ない。世界中にだ。民営化された軍隊が世界情勢と経済を動かす。俺はこの来たるべき時代のポイントマンになる。
傭兵の口利き屋なんて珍しくない。
そんなケチなもんじゃ。あんたの説得には時間がかかりそうだ。
いらないな。
どうだ、あんたこそ俺の下で働かないか。こいつらと一緒に。
そのゲリラ兵たちとか。
そう、教官をやってた時に目をつけた精鋭たちだ。最も信頼できる俺のビジネスの立ち上げメンバーだと思っている。どうだ、あんたも加わらないか。
それは難しいな。
交渉決裂か。残念だ。
俺を撃つのか。
命を取る気はない。無事逃げたいだけだ。来る。くそ。俺の銃のスライドがない。
これのことか。
いつの間に。お前らこいつを捕まえろ。
いいぞ。
おいおい、違うって。俺じゃない。スネーク離せ。
ミラー教官、すみません。
なんだと。
見えるだ。見える。ミツバチ、お前が治療中に手紙を渡した相手だ。
なぜそれを。
あの手紙をあいつは真っ先に俺に見せたんだ。
あれもあんたの仲間か。
で、俺は宛先のメンバーを回った。するとこいつら俺のところへ来たいと言ってくれた。
裏切ったのか。
決断をしたってことだ。ああ、
はい、ボス。
それにしてもお前、監視役が一人だけだと思ったのか？諜報活動はまだまだだ。
忍者の家系じゃないからな。
だが兵士の選別眼は悪くない。お前が選んだこいつらはみんないい兵隊だ。お前が政府軍の工作員だっていうブラフの件もすぐに理解した。
どうやって抱き込んだ？
正面向かい合って話をしただけだ。さあ、これでお前も観念しただろう。
そうか。カリスマの違いってわけか。
さあ、立って。
どけ！
待て！
俺は一人でも生きる。
止まれ！撃つぞ！
待て。
森を持っていきました。
あっちはまずいぞ。
山賊ですか？
日も暮れる。お前たちここで待ってろ。
ボス！気をつけて。
さあ、諦めろ。立て。おい。どうした？かかってこい。
くそー！
好きなだけだ。お前の朝知恵も好きだらけだったから。
くそ
いいぞ、つけ。俺を刺してみろ。正面から堂々と突っ込め。ダメだ。先がブレてるぞ。
離せ。首が折れる。
さあ、俺の仲間になるか、あるいは今度こそ本当に切腹するか。解釈はしてやるぞ。どちらも嫌なら俺の腕の中で果てるか。さあ、どうする？
分かったから離せ。あんたからは逃げられない。まさに蛇に睨まれたカエルってわけだ。
観念したが。
あんた強すぎる。しかも俺の部下まであっさり手なずけちまった。
じゃあ降参するな。
いや、俺は負けてない。
なんだと？
まだ最後の決着はついてない。俺は負けていない。
お前まだ。
だがあんたと一緒にやりたい。協力しよう。つまり共同経営者ってやつだ。
金儲けをする気はない。
そうじゃない。俺たち日本人はエコノミックアニマルだなんて呼ばれてる。金の亡者だってな。だが違う。誰も心を動かされない者に金を差し出したりしない。俺はその期待に見合う価値を売る。それに見合う対価はもらう。だが俺の目的は金じゃない。
なんだ？
認められたい。証明したいんだ。俺には夢がある。あんたにも夢がある。
俺のは夢なんかじゃない。
俺にはわかる。あんたとならそれができる。そう確信したんだ。
だが
運営は俺に任せればいい。あんたが望む主義も思想も国境も越えた軍隊。一緒に作ろう。戦う者の理想郷を。あんたが望む理想郷を。
国境なき軍隊。
あ
お前はコネも実践経験もない外国人がなぜ教官職の契約を取れたのか、理由が分かった気がする。
そうか。
結局失敗した理由もな。
相手があんたとはついてなかったんだ。
立てるか。
起こしてくれ。よろしくな、ボス。
スネークでいい。
決着もいつかつける。
いいだろう。
そうだ。あんた、女は何人くらいだ？ものにした女だ。
ああ。お前は？
これくらい、いや、これくらいだ。あんたは？
俺か。俺は。
スネーク。
気づいたか？囲まれた。
縄張りに入り込んじまったようだな。
二人だ。連続し9し
見事だ、スネーク。
銃を持っていた。使えるか？
古いな。
ないよりいい。
この辺りは政府軍、反政府勢力、どちらの勢力圏でもない。
やはり無法地帯の山賊風情か。
ほぼそうだ。
あいつらが危ない。戻るぞ。
まずは包囲網の突破だ。
これは戦いだ。避けられないこともあるが、救える命は奪うな。
了解。
戦友の腕前を拝見といこう。
コンタクト10時撃。コンタクト正面サブガン。クリアムーブ。
Alright. Let's look back to our lame English voice acting instead. That's always so jarring going from one to the other. That's peak Big Boss content, I think. And all those tapes. Not even tapes, just the radio drum and the voice acting in it. And the way Big Boss is written in it. Okay. So, yeah, Miller did beat Big Boss in one thing. Count with the ladies. Now, I think Mine Clearing 1 is the best use of the Peace Walker theme. When you deploy for Mine Clearing 1, yeah, it's pretty epic. Yeah, I wonder who wrote it. Alright, what's going on here? Let's see. We have... Wait, not here. So we finished these. We should just have like a recording of that stuff with the subtitles and just play on top of this tape so people don't get confused. But that was this tape, but better. Okay. So, like I said, we'll do the political tapes later, and we'll move on. Now, Paz has the radio.
Snake, I rigged that radio so you can contact our young lady friend Paz.
Is she okay?
No need to worry. She's tougher than you'd think.
Still just a kid.
Which is exactly why she could be an effective source of information. Besides, that little Angel de la Paz is the one who gave us this mission, right?
I guess.
I'll put her on.
Snake.
Paz, where are you?
Ciudad Colon. A school. The teacher told me to stay here until things quiet down.
Teacher? Oh, him. He's... Yeah, That's probably good advice.
See, he has a radio in his room, so we can talk anytime.
Pretty fancy for a teacher.
Promise me, Snake, that you'll bring back peace, and...
I know. I'll contact you if I find your friend.
Thank you. Snake, if you need to know about Costa Rica, the geography, the climate, the wildlife, anything, just ask me. I know about its history and laws too. We learned it all in school.
Got it. I have a question. I'll ask. What?
In school, I also learned that peace is an unnatural state for human society, and that war is a constant threat to our relationships with others.
That's right.
So, to achieve peace, we have to create it ourselves. Crying about it won't bring it about or make it last. Each one of us must go and seek it out.
You won't find it without making sacrifices. No offense, but I don't know what peace is. Never felt what it's like. Never even been interested in it.
Snake?
Oh, sorry. Listen, Paz, I think your ideas are admirable. And I hope they turn out to be right.
Yeah, me too.
Peace is in your name. Who better to help bring it back?
Thanks, Snake. I will be here whenever you need me. See you later.
Snake, use your radio to call people, but stay alert. You're in the middle of a mission and can't afford to let your guard down.
Got it.
Need to know more about Costa Rica? Haas can help you out.
Good to know.
We'll follow their transport route. This should take us straight to their main base.
From what I've seen, it looks like nukes.
Agreed. The key thing now is to confirm whether those spears really are what we think they are, and if so, why they're here.
Follow the transport route. Find the nukes.
That's what I'm thinking. First, we should make contact with the Sandinista Comandante. They can tell us more about what's up ahead. But it looks like their hideout's already come under attack.
We better hope they're still alive.
Snake, infiltrate that cabin and secure the Sandinista's Comandante. Neutralize any guards by knocking them out, putting them to sleep, or even using the Fulton recovery system. You choose how to handle it, boss.
Loading screen quote. So you're playing on Xbox. I find it's so fucking hilarious how the Xbox version of this game has this ADD loading screens, where to show you the characters and their quotes during the loading screen. Otherwise, people lose interest or something. I don't know why. Oh fuck, the Xbox versions are so fucking weird. Anyway, let's see. Paz tapes.
Playa del Alba means Beach of Dawn. The morning sun is so beautiful over the Caribbean.
Beach of Dawn, huh? Perfect place to start a mission.
The clear blue water, the white sand, the swaying palm trees. You cannot get more South American than here.
Thing, there's an
It
Xbox.
is paradise on
You
earth.
will never co-op with anybody.
Guess
here.
I should have packed my Hawaiian shirt.
The coral reefs and mangrove forests protect the small fish in the area. Sea turtles come to lay their eggs on these beaches. We are not the only ones who enjoy this place. It is heaven for more than just humans.
Oh, is that how I found out? Sharknado? Damn, I forgot. Oh, fuck. That's fucked up.
Bosque del Alba
get
means
a
Forest
PS3.
of Dawn. Naturally, it is situated on the east coast. It is your standard tropical rainforest. Everything you would imagine in a jungle.
No sign of morning sun here.
The foliage is too thick for direct sunlight to hit the floor. I do not know how easy it will be making your way through here.
I'll be fine. This isn't my first trip to a jungle.
The Xbox version of Peace Walker is basically the no co-op version.
The mercenary
Might as
supply
well
base
cut out
is
co-op.
situated on elevated ground by the coast. I heard them call it Puerto del Alba, Port of Dawn. They have perfect visibility of the area from up there. We did our best to sneak in undetected, but one of the guards spotted us and we...
What is it?
I'm sorry. You'll have to ask Professor Galvez the rest.
It's okay. You've been through a lot.
I am sorry. I just cannot.
You did great, Paz. I won't let your efforts go wasted.
coffee you guys brought us is pretty damn good.
Isn't it? Costa Rican coffee is the best. The Central Basin has all the right conditions for growing coffee. It is high in elevation, with steady temperatures and well-drained volcanic soils.
The professor certainly seems attached to it.
The coffee we drank on the boat coming over was awful. It put him in such a terrible mood.
Well, how come I never hear about Costa Rican coffee then?
Because it gets bought up by wholesalers and mixed with beans from other countries. It is really a shame. Such wonderful beans, and nobody knows they are from Costa Rica.
Huh. They should launch an ad campaign or something.
Right. I hope one day people will recognize Costa Rican coffee for what it is.
I'm with you there.
Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, the indigenous showered him with gifts of gold, hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There is no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about the stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests and the animals and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Democracy took root in Costa Rica before anywhere else in Central America. Sure, we had coup and dictators and all, but never a total meltdown. That is, until 26 years ago.
The Civil War. Yeah. I understand you lost your grandparents.
It started with a dispute over alleged fraud in the presidential election. What I do not understand is why friend turned against friend, when they could have talked it out instead.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Even today, some buildings still have bullet holes from the Civil War. A quarter century later, and it is a tragedy we Ticos cannot forget, must not forget. It was the year after the Civil War that the army was constitutionally abolished. A new president was elected this year, President Oteber. He seems to be distancing himself from the United States. He has limited the privileges granted to American banks, lifted the sanctions on Cuba. Our last president was so pro-US, people suspected he was in bed with the CIA.
You think the CIA is doing this because it feels threatened by the president's shift in policy?
It is possible, but would they really bring in such a huge army just because of that?
Part of our job is finding out.
Exactly. Thanks, Snake. Peace.
So, are you a student at the University for Peace, Paz?
No, I am still in high school. But Professor Galvez lets me visit his office and study with him every now and then. International law, security, conflict resolution, human rights. We study all these subjects and then use them to build the foundations of peace.
Yeah, I get it. I just never heard the UN had a University for Peace before.
Oh, that. Well, to be precise, it is still being set up. They have started conducting research, but the UN has not passed the necessary resolution yet. Professor Galvez couldn't wait that long.
Oh, right.
Costa Rica abolished its army and has also hosted the Central American Court of Justice. It is the perfect place to build a university like ours. Don't you think?
The piss-loving people. We'll do these later. Do these three.
My mother was the one who named me Paz. She said it was an expression of her wish that the country stay at peace. It is a pretty common name in Central America. My mother always used to tell me, never make war. Always help keep the peace.
I remember. Your grandparents.
Yes. They died in the Civil War. I think that is why my mother hated war so much.
That's another thing you've got in common with Kaz. His mother named him Peace, too.
See, because Japan also suffered through war. I think I know how Mr. Miller's mother felt.
You like the peace sign, huh?
See, as a gesture, it connects every peace-loving person. Here, you try it, Snake. Peace.
No thanks. It Doesn't suit me.
Too bad for you.
You know, the V in the peace sign comes from the V in victory. When did it start standing for peace?
I am not completely sure, but I guess it came out of the protest movement against the Vietnam War. Oh, and do not turn your hand around when you do it, especially around British people. It is insulting.
So, you live alone now?
No, not alone. I've been living in school dormitories since I started junior high. After my mother died, my relatives took me in, but they were not my real family.
You didn't fit in there.
In a way. My aunts were kind to me and all. But I know how difficult it must have been to suddenly have a child thrust into their lives. When you live with someone, there are no secrets. I could tell my being there was a burden on them.
Sounds like a rough childhood.
I would not say that. I was lucky just to have people take me in. There are huérfanos living out in the streets because their mothers died. It is even worse in countries with frequent civil wars. So, who am I to complain about my childhood?
You're a pretty tough kid, you know?
Not at all. I am not strong at all.
Let's see. There are tapes about this mission. Not sure why the game thinks. I guess the location ones, yeah. I'm confused. Why is it only here? Not here. Okay, fuck it, whatever, that works.
This is a tropical rainforest, just like Bosque del Alba. The temperature and humidity can be brutal. El Senegal means place of mud.
No, mud. Great. I'll watch my step.
This area often gets flooded by the river. There are canals here and there carved out by water.
Good places to hide.
But they will also make it harder for you to see. Be careful, Snake. There should be a suspension bridge around there.
In lowlands like this?
The ground nearby is harder and higher than usual. The river cut through it, eventually creating a valley. There might be another way to get across the river somewhere.
I wouldn't want to run into someone on the bridge.
The valley tends to be misty, so you might not be able to see the water from up there. Fall and it will leave more than a bump.
I'll be careful.
When a river floods an area, the banks can collapse, creating a marsh. You see a lot of them around here.
I'll need to watch the noise my feet make in El Senegal.
There is a marsh on the other side of the river too. The suspension bridge will take you there. The river running through here is Rio del Jade, or the Jade River.
Jade? Are there minerals around here?
No, it refers to the color of the water. You will have to go to Guatemala for jade.
Doesn't look all that pretty from where I'm standing.
We are still in the rainy season, so the river is a little muddy. It will return to normal once the dry season starts. Rivers are an important means of transport around here. They are relatively calm, and there are plenty of canals along the coast too.
A boat would be more than enough to transport some good-sized cargo.
Like a nuclear weapon.
We don't know enough yet. I'll keep looking.
Thank you, Snake.
You probably heard this a million times, Snake, but you should always avoid combat with the enemy when possible.
Right.
We're outnumbered and in unfamiliar territory. We won't survive long in a straight fight, even with you on our side.
I know. Avoiding combat is rule number 1 in a sneaking mission.
That's right. Don't let the enemy know where you are, and attack only when necessary, using hit-and-run tactics to cripple them. It's the essence of guerrilla warfare. Going by this map, you've got a lot of different terrain types between you and the hut where the Sandinista Comandante is being held.
Looks that way, doesn't it? Starting with jungle.
The enemy won't be able to see you very well, but your visibility won't be so hot either. Stay alert. Next, you've got the swamps along the river. Make sure you get a good feel for how robust surveillance is before diving in.
Will do.
Finally, there's the boat repair cabin. The Commandante's in there. It's a key enemy outpost, and security is going to be tight. You may have to let brute force do the talking. You still have a long way to go, Snake. Use caution and don't make a racket out there. Got it?
Wait, who put gameplay in these tapes? Chapters? I wonder how many there are.
Head for the FSLN boathouse. It's northwest of there. Press the attack button near the enemy to initiate close quarters
Stun
combat.
to the dick.
You can use the radio you just picked up by pressing the start button to open the menu window. You know you can assign the radio to the select button by choosing options from the menu window.
Sometimes it's better to save your Fultons for the later parts of a mission, where there will be prisoners or higher skilled soldiers, you know, instead of just blindly Fultoning everything you see with no consequences and infinite Fultons. Actually matters how many you have and how you use them in this game. Imagine that. And we have technology moment. Zapped water. Gets those guys over there. Nope. Fuck it.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
3? You mean 2? Well, 1.5, really. 1.5 chapters is the best I can do.
The boathouse should be close by. Neutralize the security detail and make contact with the Commandante.
Fucking shoot everybody in the face with the tranquilizer.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Look how
Good.
quick and
Now
smooth
meet
the
with the
Fulton
FSLN
animation is.
Commandante. He's inside the boathouse.
We won't have time to get the last guy. Whatever.
Don't touch me! Get away!
¿Quién es?
Che!
No way.
What do we do?
Sandinista's right. I'm looking for someone.
Mi viejo! Shh! He's dead. They killed nuestro viejo.
You're his daughter. Then that makes you his delegado, right? Relax, I'm not your enemy. Cuban.
A cigar? I'll take whatever you've got. I owe you one. But I prefer cigarettes, you know. How do I look?
A little like El Che, no? You Cubano?
Colombiano, a photographer. I came to Costa Rica to take pictures of birds.
Birds?
Yeah, quetzals.
You've got no telephoto lens. How do you get your shots?
Telephotos for amateurs. It's all in the timing.
Oh.
Let me smoke
okay.
too.
We can talk until I finish this. Chico!
Tell me what's going on here.
This place is crawling with soldiers. They don't look like private security, more like hired guns. They're loaded with the latest gear from all over the world.
I heard they're a security force hired by Codessa.
Yeah, and I'm Papa Noel. Those guys are UCLA's.
UCLA's? La CIA?
I saw them, setting up shop in town. They're planning to do here what they did in Chile.
If that's the case, what are they after?
Whatever it is, it's not us.
You don't think they're here to push you back into Nicaragua?
Impossible. Too much hardware. Too many bases. Didn't you see? They've got helicopters, tanks. It's like we're in Da Nang. There must be something else.
They have a base near here.
There's a factory to the north, across a suspension bridge.
Factory to the north, across a bridge. Have you seen a big transport boat? Mercenary crew on the Rio del Jade.
You mean the barge? It's upstream from here. Up toward Irasu.
Any idea what's on it?
I could introduce you to some of our compas up there. But I don't recommend going to the mountains. We've lost a lot of people there. They take us captive, torture us for information about our compas, and then they kill us like pigs.
Got it! All right!
This was our last hideout, the final refuge for El Frente, after being pushed out of Nicaragua and into this peaceful paradise of Costa Rica. Then, El Monstruo attacked.
A monster?
Y mi viejo. Mi viejo. Papá. He was la esperanza. Our hope.
Now that Papa's gone, my sister's la comandante de la revolución.
Do not listen to him. Papa was a hero who fought by Sandino's side. I am only his daughter. You need a special talent to become cacique. It takes someone great to unite all of Las Compas.
Sorry to interrupt, but leaders don't choose themselves. Neither do heroes. You carry on his legacy of La Esperanza, and they'll follow you, no question.
You think so? My compas trust me, but not one of them calls me Comandante.
Amanda!
See what I mean?
El Colibri!
Get down!
This guy's first message in the chat.
What the hell?
Es un hombre nuevo.
Nice.
An unmanned weapon. A robot.
Yeah.
He won't survive the fall!
Nice. Thank you for the laughs.
Better for him to die at the hand of a compa and suffer their torture.
And And there's
Stay here.
always,
As
without
long as I'm
fail,
still alive,
some
I might as well
fucking
be.
idiot who says yes when people ask if it's re-recorded.
Fine, Chico. Venceremos!
You guys have no fucking idea the damage you do. You think you're being funny. You're cool. You're funny. Yeah. Is it always him? If it's always him, just fucking get rid of him.
Snake, what was that thing?
Whatever it was, it looked unmanned.
Unmanned? I'd heard rumors, but an operational unit?
What the hell is going on here?
Not to quote Amanda, but the hardware they've got here isn't just unusual, it's overkill, which means one thing. It's nukes. So the question now becomes why?
We can't make that call yet. We need more intel.
How? Our source is dead.
But his daughter isn't.
Good thinking. We can follow her. Head for the next outpost and make contact with Amanda if she's still alive.
Roger.
Oh, God. I guess I would change the text for the marathon with 3Dog, but he doesn't have... it would still have the old version of it. I should change it, screenshot it, and send it to him again. Pain in the ass. Whatever. Giant stone ball screws. Nice. I don't know if I should be surprised anymore. Let's see. 1911 definitely developed that. We'll take a look at the shooting range later. We'll do... Okay, now we gotta do actually the rest of the tapes with Miller and Paz until we're about to get Amanda tapes as well. It's a lot of tapes to begin in the game. Let's see. Okay.
Costa Rica isn't alone. All of Latin America is getting swept up in the superpowers' Cold War. The whole ideological split between East and West. In the end, it's just a greedy scramble for wealth by the ruling classes. The Western bourgeois stand to lose everything if their countries go communist. After all, the communists want to abolish private property altogether. So the capitalist rulers desperately tried to halt the global spread of communism. Hence the phenomenon of red baiting. And the communists, for their part, didn't exactly stay true to their principles. They tried to escape class-based society, but between Stalin's autocracy and the rise of the nomenclatura, they ended up creating one anyway. Once people have power, they stop caring about equality. That's where communism, where society in general reaches its limits. The rulers only care about their own gain. The opposing side becomes a risk factor that threatens the profit, and thus the ongoing struggle between capitalism and communism was born.
And now, nuclear deterrence is part of the picture.
Exactly. They say nuclear weapons are the reason we haven't seen conflict on a global scale since World War II. The thought that your opponent might launch nukes against you sort of makes it tough to start an armed conflict, especially now that they've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. Nowhere is safe.
Of course, all that has caused military expenditures to skyrocket.
Well, the only way to ward off a preemptive strike is to flaunt your own nuclear stockpile, and that's caused their numbers to increase exponentially, not just with regards to destructive power, but in terms of targeting technology too. Now they can hit a target halfway across the world with pinpoint accuracy. In a way, the space race was a demonstration of that technological progress.
And as a result of all that, we now have mutually assured destruction.
It's the ultimate form of deterrence. No one's going to launch their nukes knowing they'll be obliterated in return.
I don't know. The chance of somebody hitting the button by mistake is never zero.
You're right. Even with peace guaranteed by MAD, There's always the risk of an accident.
Nobody wants the world to end on account of some machines malfunctioning.
On the other hand, thanks to deterrence, we haven't had a world war since 1945. You gotta admit, it has been pretty peaceful.
Not that it matters to us.
People point at the nuclear arms and space races and call it a Cold War. I say if they're not shooting at each other, why not call it world peace?
Doesn't mean war is gone. Look at Korea. Look at Vietnam.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking in relative terms here. Besides, if war died out completely, we'd be SOL.
We're not warmongers.
And yet, we can't survive in a world that's at peace.
You got a point.
So it's been more than 10 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis, huh?
I don't think we'll ever forget it.
No kidding. Those 13 days starting October 15th, 1962, were probably the closest we ever came to all-out nuclear war. The Russians deployed nuclear missiles to Cuba. America responded with a naval blockade. Then Russia shot down an American spy plane. I was still a teenager back then, but I remember what it felt like to be one step away from nuclear war. The adults were freaking out.
If it wasn't for the Cuban Missile Crisis, there might never have been an Operation Snake Eater. And...
What's the matter, Snake? It's not like you to get all hypothetical.
I guess not. It was the reassessment after the missile crisis that paved the way for the hotline between Moscow and Washington, and also for détente. That's irony for you.
The Treaty of Tlatelolco was enacted to make Latin America into a nuclear-free zone. It bans the testing, use, manufacture, production, acquisition, storage, and deployment of nuclear weapons. The impetus was pretty obvious. The series of crises triggered by the deployment of nukes in Cuba.
Not hard to imagine. Those 13 days had the whole world frozen in fear.
Of course, the country that started it all, Cuba, hasn't actually ratified it yet.
Still, the treaty's backed by over 20 countries. Anyone flouting at risk becoming an international pariah.
True. Opinol would investigate, no doubt. I heard they used Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles as their model when they drew up the treaty. I think the Treaty of Tlatelolco might have been their way of asking nuclear powers not to use nukes against them. That's the biggest difference between the treaty and the 3 principles. I guess you could call it a 4th principle.
So Costa Rica abolished its army back in, what, 1949? Pretty gutsy move for a Central American nation at the time.
Yeah, well, they'd just come out of a civil war. I'm sure they were driven by a desire to avoid another tragedy like Paz said. But I think they had a more compelling reason. Army coup d'etat are a way of life in so many Latin American countries. Imagine seeing that up close.
No army, no coup. Makes sense.
Plus, their economy was in ruins. So they honestly didn't have any money to spend on an army anyway.
Yeah, but weren't they on less than friendly terms with Nicaragua?
Yeah, and in fact, Nicaragua did end up invading. But the Civil Guard fought back and the OAS brokered a ceasefire. The US and the rest of the OAS had their back, and they used it to full advantage. For a quarter century, they survived in the powder keg of Central America. That must have taken some serious diplomacy. Even if the Civil Guard is pretty decked out for a police force.
Must be tough to be a country without an army.
Hey, Snake, mind if I ask you something?
Since when did you start asking permission?
So, you used to be part of a CIA paramilitary unit, right?
That's right.
Ever do any ops in Central America?
No, not personally. But there were other units who did all kinds of stuff.
I remember the Bay of Pigs invasion back in '61. The papers had a field day with it.
Operation Zapata. That was the CIA code name. The whole thing went south.
Then there was Che Guevara, being hunted down in Bolivia. I heard the CIA had a hand in that, too.
There were several units similar to mine. MSP, SOG. They'd recruit former special forces, train them as intelligence agents, and send them on deniable covert paramilitary operations. One of those units trained the Bolivian army in counter-guerrilla tactics.
And then had them shoot El Che.
So the story goes.
Around here they say La CIA. instead of CIA, huh?
Nothing strange about it. That's how it's pronounced when you read it in Spanish.
It has the feminine noun ending a, so they use the article la. Apparently some people have taken to using the term UCLA.
That's a new one to me. What's it mean?
It stands for Unilaterally Controlled Latino Assets.
Meaning they're local agents?
Yeah, that's the idea. Washington uses them like pawns. Nobody knows who they really are or what they're doing.
Paz, you said Costa Rica has no army, right?
Correct. Article 12 of the Constitution declared that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished. It does permit us to organize armed forces for national defense based on inter-American treaties.
Only temporarily, then.
In effect, yes. But in the years since the Constitution took effect, Costa Rica has not once raised an army.
Paz, how does your country defend itself without an army? Especially in a rough neighborhood like Central America.
With the right kind of diplomacy. If we live up to our ideals and earn the respect of other countries, the international community will support us. The 2 times Nicaragua actually did invade, the conflict was resolved diplomatically under OAS auspices.
Doesn't that leave you depending on the U.S. after all?
American influence is unmatched, it is true. San Jose was critical of American policy at the time, but America supported us all the same. It was because we practiced peaceful diplomacy. That is what I like to think.
That's one way to approach it, sure. But there are countries out there who will use force no matter how bad it looks.
Maybe so. I know my way of thinking probably looks naive to you, but it is not like we expect peace without working for it. Diplomacy is a battle in itself, and we have to make the effort to seek out causes of misfortune and nip them in the bud. It was that kind of thinking that got me trapped in their base.
I'm not blaming you. You haven't done anything wrong.
The army was abolished 25 years ago, the year after the Civil War. I learned about the sorrow of civil war from a very young age, the futility of countrymen fighting each other, and the tragedy. Costa Rica learned the hard way. That is why it abolished its army. It decided to pour its efforts into education instead. More teachers than soldiers was the slogan.
Education is essential, no question. Even Che used to teach reading and writing in between guerrilla campaigns.
Costa Rica was poor at the time. We did not have many resources. I suppose we had to pick one or the other. The military or the schools.
Kaz was telling me Japan has a peace constitution, too.
That is right. Apparently, when Costa Rica was drafting its constitution, they looked to the Japanese as a model. Only, Japan's constitution renounces war itself.
Unlike Costa Rica.
But Japan has a self-defense force, right? That I do not get. I think I will ask Mr. Miller about it next time I see him. He said he used to be in the JSDF.
Huh. You're a curious one, are you? Don't study too hard. What was that you were saying? Peace is not the natural state of men? You said you learned it in school.
That is right. They are the words of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. In 1795, he wrote a book titled Perpetual Peace. Kant argued that it is precisely because peace is unnatural that we have to make it ourselves.
How?
That is what his book is about. Is the concept starting to sound interesting now?
Not really. I belong in a more natural world.
Is that so? My grandparents died in the Civil War. If only we had been at peace, they would not have lost their lives. You actually wish for war?
It's not like I want to hurt innocent civilians, but if someone attacks you, what are you supposed to do? A country needs the strength to defend itself. Otherwise it faces invasion, oppression, political subjugation.
If they would simply stop using force to tangle with each other, countries would not need force to defend themselves.
And how would you guarantee that?
Sorry,
but you have to understand how the world works in order to protect the ones you love. That's not to say ideals aren't important too. They are.
You are right, Snake. Thanks. Peace.
Peace.
You were saying Japan has a peace constitution too.
Yep. Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized.
You know it by heart.
Some things you never forget.
Impressive. There were some parts I didn't quite get, though. Like the whole means of settling conflicts thing.
Yeah, that's been the subject of debate. Whether or not it forbids any and all use of force. The current constitution was originally drawn up under the Allied occupation. The first draft was even submitted by Allied GHQ. So naturally, there are some who feel the Constitution was imposed on Japan by foreigners.
Things like that are never simple. Same for every country, I guess.
One thing's for sure, though. Not having an army let Japan focus on economic recovery after the war. In that sense, it's the same as Costa Rica.
Kaz, you were in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, right? I thought that Article 9 you were talking about earlier prevented Japan from having an army.
Yeah, and that's another subject of controversy. The Self-Defense Force is an organization for the purpose of defense. Article 9 of the Constitution does not deny Japan's right to self-defense. Therefore, the SDF is constitutional. That's Tokyo's official stance.
Sounds complicated.
Call it what you will. It's a distinctly Japanese way of interpreting things.
The U.S. has military forces stationed in Japan, right?
Right. Even though the Allied occupation ended, American forces are still stationed there under the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty.
Unlike Costa Rica.
Part of it stems from the occupation, but Japan also occupies a key strategic position from America's perspective. It's next door to the Soviet Union, and close to China and North Korea as well. It's integral to the security of Pacific Asia. For America, Japan represents a barrier against communism.
What about for Japan?
As you might expect, there's deep-rooted opposition to the alliance. In 1960 and 1970, when the treaty was up for revision, there were mass protest movements against it, especially in Okinawa. The U.S. only gave it back to Japan 2 years ago, and American bases are still concentrated there. It's a heavy burden for the Okinawans to bear.
Then why don't they scrap the treaty?
Lots of reasons. There's the imbalance of power with the U.S., of course, and if Japan pulled out, they'd be losing the nuclear umbrella America provides. And as for whether the JSDF could defend the country after the Americans left, I really couldn't say. Costa Rica is in a similar situation. They depend on the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the so-called Rio Pact.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
On the flip side, not everybody in America is satisfied with it either. Some people argue Japan is freeloading off America's security guarantee. And you know how Japan's industrial exports are making inroads in the States.
Yeah, I've got a Japanese camera myself. Best damn camera around.
Japan's low defense spending allows it to invest more in economic recovery and expand its share of the American market. That's a bitter pill for Americans to swallow. You know that today, Japan is under the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
The U.S. vowed to retaliate against any country that launches a nuclear strike against an allied country. That promise deters nuclear attacks against America's allies, hence the term nuclear umbrella. But suppose the Russians nuke Tokyo. Would America really nuke Moscow in return? If they did, the Soviet Union would undoubtedly retaliate. Would Washington really be willing to risk having a bomb dropped on itself in order to avenge Japan? I'm not so sure.
Don't tell me you're still worried about Japan. After all these years?
It's not that.
To be honest, I'm not convinced either. But Moscow faces the same dilemma. Maybe Washington wouldn't retaliate on Japan's behalf. Then again, maybe it would.
So you're saying Moscow wouldn't want to risk being attacked either?
The whole concept of nuclear deterrence is entirely hypothetical to begin with. When you get down to it, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Japan shall not possess, manufacture, or allow the introduction of nuclear weapons into Japan. Those are the 3 non-nuclear principles set forth by the Japanese government.
Allow the introduction? That's funny. Some of the U.S. warships that visit Japanese ports are armed with nukes. Or are you going to tell me they transfer them at sea onto other ships every time they visit?
You raise a good point, Snake. But the Japanese government doesn't recognize it as such. The introduction of nuclear weapons into Japanese territory would need to be agreed upon in advance. America hasn't made any such agreements. Therefore, they aren't bringing nukes into Japan. That's the official excuse.
Doesn't sound like much of an excuse to me.
I don't blame you. Keep in mind, though, Japan suffered actual nuclear attacks. Anti-nuke sentiment there runs deeper than you think. I suppose the government's not really in a position to admit that sort of thing.
Groups, thank you for the 100 mods.
So tell me, Kaz, how's the self-defense force you were in different from an army?
The JSDF is set up for national defense. It's not configured for aggression against other countries. It's what you'd call exclusive defense.
Exclusive defense?
It's the fundamental strategic posture of the JSDF. No preemptive attacks. Only the minimum defensive action necessary after an enemy attacks.
Anything defined as self-defense, then?
The JSDF originated as the National Police Reserve. Back then, American forces stationed in Japan were being sent over to fight in the Korean War. So in a sense, the NPR was filling a gap.
Police, huh? Reminds me of the Costa Rican Civil Guard.
Yeah, exactly. They're also dispatched to provide disaster relief. The year before I joined, they had a hell of a time trying to rescue some buses that got hit by landslides.
So why'd you quit the JSDF?
Because I didn't have a reason to be in Japan anymore.
A reason?
My mom had died 3 years earlier, so I didn't have to care for her anymore. With her gone, there was no point hanging around in Japan.
Yeah, but a man with your talents could have risen pretty high in the ranks, I imagine.
I don't know what they made of me. Could be it actually alienated me from the brass. And personally, I could never get used to the idea of exclusive defense.
Meaning?
On a strategic level, I can see how a country could go with the exclusive defense model used by the JSDF. And I've got nothing against my fellow soldiers who believe in it. On a tactical level, though, it just rubbed me the wrong way. To put it simply, I was itching for a real fight.
I figured.
And I felt as long as I was in the JSDF, I'd never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, who was in the U.S. Army. Seeing Yukio Mishima's suicide didn't help either.
Yukio Mishima? The guy who wrote The Temple of the Golden Pavilion?
The way he questioned the status quo hit home with me. Not that I admired his vision or anything, but it did get me thinking, that's for sure.
Costa Rica's forests are more diverse than you might expect. Not all of them are tropical rainforests. Costa Rica is close to the equator, it is true, but it is also very mountainous.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Go up 4,000 feet in elevation and the temperature drops more than 7 degrees.
There are basically 3 types of forests. The lowlands are covered in tropical rainforests, the highlands by tropical cloud forests, and areas where there is a dry season have tropical dry forests. The lowlands along the Caribbean coast are mostly covered by hot, humid tropical rainforests, what most people envision when they think of jungle. The closely packed trees spread their branches out at great heights to soak up the sun. Their shade makes it dark near the ground, so be careful. Of course, with so little light, few plants can grow on the ground, so it might actually be easier to walk.
So even if you could photosynthesize, it wouldn't do you any good.
Photosynthesize? People cannot do that.
Most people, anyway.
Costa Rica is said to have about 87,000 species of living things. That is about 5% of all the known species in the world.
A tiny place like this? Huh. I'll be damned.
I want to protect that biological diversity. When diversity is lost, the environment weakens. Just look at the plantations.
I think I know what you mean. It's like trying to assemble a unit from similar guys. It usually doesn't work out. Throw a few square pegs in there and everything falls into place.
There are so many species here that a lot of them have not even been classified yet. I am hoping I can help do that someday. Kind of like a parataxonomist.
Say that again?
Parataxonomist. Someone who helps a taxonomist.
Oh. Huh. I thought you were going to say it had something to do with parachutes.
You're weird.
Every tape has an MGS3 reference in it.
The Development Corporation of Costa Rica, or CODESA, was established 2 years ago. Since President Odober was elected this year, the state has been putting a lot more effort into development.
The corporate state, so to speak.
Growth is good and all, but there is one thing that bugs me.
What's that?
I cannot help but wonder whether CODESA is not just a front for the CIA.
You mean what the professor was saying about the CIA mercenaries posing as security guards? They were using CODESA as camouflage?
I am worried that development is going to destroy the forests, but I do not suppose it has anything to do with this.
Holy shit, we're almost done with the tapes at the beginning. We should listen to this. We don't listen to this usually. Or, maybe... Okay. Remind me to listen to it when we are about to near Strangelove's lab. It works better that way. Let's see.
The direction Amanda's Sandinistas were going corresponds to the location of the next outpost, a supply depot. We should be able to make contact with her there.
You thought tapes were over.
Can I ask you a favor, Snake?
If you ask nicely.
To make MSF bigger, we need to do some recruiting.
Yeah? What's your point?
I want you to avoid killing enemy soldiers as much as possible and send them back using Fulton recovery. Not much we can do with a corpse except give it a funeral.
Obviously.
Put him to sleep, knock him out, hold him up even. And if you do have to fight, try to leave them near death instead of dead.
And then use the Fulton recovery system. Sounds easy enough.
You know what'd be really nice, though? If we had a way to Fulton recover anybody at any time. To get to your next objective, you'll need to backtrack along the way you came for a bit. Don't get too comfortable just because you know the terrain. The enemy knows you're out there now. They'll be out in greater force than before. Proceed with caution. Refrain from using firearms unless absolutely necessary.
Looks like I'll have to cross the river.
Yeah. There's a suspension bridge you can use. It's the only way across. You'll have to be a little creative to keep from being spotted.
So, I cross the bridge, go through the swamp, and come to a banana plantation.
Complete with its own factory by the looks of it. It's going to feel a lot different moving through that area compared to the forest. Stay on your toes.
Got it.
Also, you may encounter Sandinista prisoners along the way. Try and save as many as you can with Fulton recovery.
I'll keep an eye out.
Not much you can do with a corpse except give it a job in Phantom Pain. Not really. They don't really get much better in the story missions. The side missions get pretty involved though. They all have a little bit of reaction time though. But they have like different stamina.
There's a lot of banana cultivation along Costa Rica's Caribbean coast. The area is dotted with banana plantations. Bananas have been Costa Rica's main crop since they were introduced from Panama in the 19th century.
Let's make it a little quieter.
They bring in a fair amount of foreign currency.
A real fruta de oro, huh?
God.
See, but exporting all those bananas require a ton of land.
Hence, all the plantations.
Clearing all that forest just to grow bananas robs animals of their habitats. I do not know how good that is for Costa Rica in the end.
I wonder how many takes it took Hater to do that. Let's see. Definitely wanna put the Fulton on the first slot. I think they're not wearing orange jackets anymore, at least here. Yep. And then they'll slowly start getting helmets and body armor and slightly better weapons and more stamina. Their reaction time still sucks though.
They've got reinforcements coming.
Oh, fuck, he noticed me? Come on. Maybe shouldn't have
Something
rolled.
there?
Ah, yeah, that's weird.
Enemies close by.
Never mind. That roll was a bad idea. Usually you can just stay there and let them walk by.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Oh, this thing sucks. We want to explore with that guy. Oh, he gets to do machine gun. Nice. Jeez, calm down.
Good. You shook them. They're still looking, though. Don't make it easy for them.
Oh, nice. There's another line. Okay. Note to self, no rolling there. I think that guy just turned his head. And this bitrate. Now that it's nighttime, it might actually work. Let's see, let's try to increase it a little bit. Probably regret it. The pixels. It definitely has something to do with like congestion and shit.
Freeze. You won't have to worry about that one anymore. So long as none of his buddies show up anyway.
Never mind.
Go ahead and
Yeah,
use
it's
full
shitting itself
recovery to
again.
bring the target in.
That's too much, clearly. Trying to use maybe 15% on my upload.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. You might be able to get past the enemy by hanging from the bridge. Press the action button near the bridge's handrail to hang.
Wait.
You can't hang down when you're crouching.
Can't be imagining things.
Look at these things sticking out.
Freeze.
Yeah, never mind. It's still shitting itself.
Wait.
Beautiful.
Somebody there?
Careful now. They might be holding FSLN soldiers prisoner.
Freeze.
If I could remove any games from existence. Definitely remove Phantom Pain. Phantom Pain, MGS4. I would keep MGS3 just because Peace Walker, I guess.
Press the action button in front of a prisoner to take them to Mother Base using the Fulton recovery system.
Remove Rising, remove Twin Snakes.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Remove Phantom Pain. Remove MGS4.
Freeze.
Uh. One, two, three in Peace Walker. And 3 is being generous. Of course, as if survive was part of it. Come on. Alright, let's lower the fucking bitrate again. Let's lower the fucking bitrate. Keep the mystery. Better mystery than whatever the fuck we got an MGS for. My general thoughts of the Master Collection is that it's gonna have ass controls. The extras are nice. Maybe we'll check it out.
Looks like there's no way around them. You up for this, Snake?
Maybe we'll play them like once or twice, check out the differences, but no way in hell we're switching. In fact, I bought more PS3s when it was announced. It literally physically cannot have the correct controls. So, fuck that. If I get, I'll probably get on PS4.
We both know you're the reason MSF's grown so much, but it's time we started putting more thought into provisions.
Maybe PC. Probably end up double dipping. If they mod the PC to have correct controls, maybe.
You can't fight on an empty stomach. Something we learned in World War II.
Obviously. Maintaining a steady supply of provisions is one of the basic principles
I'm
of
not talking about the
So we
remake.
went ahead and set up a mess hall team.
God,
the team members' numbers and
fucking
abilities
asshole.
will affect the amount
Announcing
of
the
grub to go
remakes
around.
and the
Without enough
re-releases at the
food,
same
morale
time,
will drop.
so everybody's
They get hungry
confused.
enough, and we could start losing people. Anyway, I need you to assign guys to the mess hall team.
Copy that.
Ugh. Wait, there's a mess hall team? People actually eat on this base? No, really? Impossible. Yeah, sure. Oh, look, there's a boss fight, and the music changes in the menu, and it has a little bit more tension to it. You're telling me there's just sound design in this game? No. Impossible. Only something advanced like a PSP could do that.
That's an armored vehicle unit, Snake. Either destroy the vehicle or neutralize the soldiers. Take it out.
I don't believe it.
Enemy tanks, armored vehicles, and attack choppers are always accompanied by a combat squad. The soldiers aren't particularly tough on their own. What makes them formidable is how well they work together as a team. As if you didn't have enough to worry about with a machine.
Good. I like a challenge.
Yeah, we'll see how you feel when you actually have to face them in battle. Snake, whatever you do, don't let them surround you. The last thing you need is to get pushed into the vehicle's kill zone. And pay attention to what your enemies say to each other. You can improve your chances by figuring out what they're planning and using it to preempt their movements. You don't always have to go toe-to-toe to win a fight. Think like a gorilla.
Like a gorilla. Funny you say that, because Ground Zeroes was originally gonna be a PSP game. In, you know, Peace Walker fashion. Ground Zeroes is basically an extra Peace Walker mission in a lot of ways. But I wouldn't say the answer is the same because I know for a fact that the Master Collection is going to have shit controls. So I know for a fact that not switching to it. Delta, who knows? Anything could happen. Could be shit, could be good, could be a meme, could be mediocre. Like, I don't know.
Panama disease was rampant here about 20 years ago, putting a lot of banana plantations out of business.
Panama disease?
It is caused by a type of fungus. Apparently it killed off almost all the banana species that used to grow here.
How could that happen?
Cultivated bananas do not produce seeds. You have to remove and transplant part of the stem yourself. You plant them in the fields.
So you've got acres of identical plants?
See, when one plant is infected, the disease spreads quickly. Species lacking genetic diversity become weak. They grow different bananas today, one said to be resistant to Panama disease.
Culberg, thank you for the prime sub. Oh shit, we're like 1 minute, huh? Smoke grenades, 1911. Nope, not yet. That's okay, we don't need it. It's just nice to have. Sure, 5. It was a lot of fun learning all the little intricacies of the rules for vehicle missions, the differences between each vehicle, and how to gear up for it and S-rank them. If you do, the story vehicles are pathetic, but the side ones get pretty crazy. I hit that guy in the head. I should have brought the wall can. The problem with these guys is that they cannot see until they are fully out of the vehicle. But you can hit them before they are out of the vehicle. So it's a little silly, really, but we can just wait here and zap them. Like I said, the story vehicle missions are really simple. Hello. Get the freaking helmet already.
That takes care of their leader. Recover him and it's mission complete.
He tried. Figures that it would die on Peace Walker, you know. People have not the greatest taste for this game. Ah well. Oh, holy shit. 0. How close was that? 2 seconds. 1 second. 2 seconds. 1 second. I was ready to click it. That one was actually 2 seconds, or 1 second. Did it go from 2 to 1 for 5 minutes? Yeah, it was actually 1 holy shit, man.
Shoot it! Till fall!
Shoot el Chico Libre!
I don't believe it. You guys beat the 2 seconds. I guess it was 3 seconds. Holy fuck. That's within margin of error. How the fuck did you... Okay, okay, that's impressive. Nothing will beat that. If it goes anything below that, it's over, so... Well, I guess you could do the 1 changing into 0 with minutes added to it. But if it changes to full zeros, then that's when it ends.
What? What is it?
Oh fuck, man.
Tobacco.
Oh, yeah.
Don't test it though.
Hold still.
I treated him like a kid again.
And did we have something else after that? 500 bits from 0.
No. Kept it a secret.
But we got to 7 minutes. What happened? Was there another 200?
Somoza's Guardia chased us out of Nicaragua.
No, I did not go to 0. Oh, there was a gift sub. From Death Prompt. Thank you.
Amanda.
The factory. You saw it?
Stop making shit up. It went from 2 seconds to 1, but when it had 1, it had the minutes. The only thing closest that you can do in that is it go from 1 to 0 with the minutes. I guess that would still count.
But we all knew. Everyone except Chico.
But I wouldn't risk it.
Our weapons.
Evil Beast Lord, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Yeah, I don't know if it's happening now. Fuck, man. That was close.
Rebuild Nika with our own hands. Even if we had to dirty our hands to do it. But it's all over. We lost our cacique. Papa. I could never replace him. Now they've taken the plant from us too. There's no place left to regroup. No way to fight la revolución.
Here, I rolled you one.
What about you?
If it changes to full zeros, it's over. I don't care what happens. I'm locking it the second it hits 0.
Looks that way.
Nothing should count after that. Hopefully this program is quick enough to do it.
What?
Oh, 0. That's how you did it? Damn, dude.
Madre de Dios. No time to waste. We must get to Irasu. The transport route leads there. It must be where they're holding Chico and my compas too. Whenever Chico and I argue, he goes off to be by himself. That's why he knows more than anybody about their bases. Chico.
You're pretty worried about your baby brother.
This is why I'm not fit to be a leader.
Fine. It's a little bit out of my way, but just tell me where I need to go.
There's a prison up in the mountains. That's probably where he is.
A prison in the mountains.
You must do something for me. If you can't save Chico, I want you to ease his pain, end his humiliation. he gives in, if he's about to sell out his compass, please, at least let him keep his honor.
That's a promise I can't make.
Why?
Amanda, we gave up our homes, but we're still alive. We're still fighting. And there's always another reason to keep on living.
I feel alive again.
Amanda, join my unit until you've healed up.
Your unit?
Yeah,
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Snake. Serviente.
Snake? Could it be the great cacique has come to lead us?
Kaz, can you hear me?
MSF here.
One for recovery. She's wounded.
Acknowledged.
Kaz, the cargo on the barge. I was right. It's headed for the mountains.
You think that's where they're taking the nukes?
I'm sure of it. Let's move.
Holy sweaty balls. That's close. Oh shit. You guys really want to risk it? Especially with my internet fucking up and increasing the delay?
Amanda's reached the plant.
Snake.
Amanda, how do you feel?
Some first helicopter ride. I'll be perfectly happy if it's my last.
As you can see, she's doing fine. I set Amanda up with her own frequency, so call her anytime you need to.
If you have any questions about American bases or mercenary units, or about El Frente, just ask. And please, do not forget my compass and Chico.
Don't worry.
It's good to be working with you, boss.
Snake, we can monitor her condition in sickbay. Remember to assign roles to any POWs you bring back to Mother Base. How this outfit gets built depends on who we assign to what jobs. That'll determine how Mother Base grows. It's one of your most important roles, boss.
Yeah, I know.
Don't make me put on Code Talker again.
Boss, one more thing.
Now what?
It's about sickbay. Naturally, we can use it for the sick or injured like we did with Amanda. But we can't expect people to get better without the proper treatment.
Uh-huh.
So I figure we'll need a medical team for that.
No,
the number of team members and their
not the
abilities will
medic.
determine how quickly the sick and injured heal. They can also monitor everybody's health.
Right. Prevention is the best medicine.
You got it. Remember to wash your hands often and gargle twice a day, boss.
If only I had the time.
Balls. Man, if you're gonna kick your kids out the second they turn 18, you might as well get an abortion. What's the point? You're fucking up their lives either way. At least do it right away, so they don't feel or know or remember anything. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. It sounds pretty logical to me.
Snake, the nukes appear to have left the coastal marshes and reached the mountains around Irazu. But without a guide, it's going to be tough tracking those things in the mountains. So we need you to infiltrate one of their bases, a prison facility.
I hope nothing's happened to Amanda's brother.
I hear you. There may be other Sandinistas held there too. To bring them back safely to MSF, use the Fulton recovery system. As I'm sure you know from experience, it's completely harmless. After all, you won't have time to sit there and convince every single one of them to join.
One other thing, Snake.
Amanda.
Those CIA bastards confiscated some of the houses in the village. Chico's got to be inside one of them.
Houses, huh? How do I tell which ones?
When they took over the houses, they installed new front doors for security purposes. The new doors are blue, with peepholes, so you can see what's inside.
Blue doors. Got it.
You're getting close to the end of the transport route. Good luck, Snake.
Alright, we got Amanda. Amanda tapes.
Since it was founded, my country has not once been able to choose its own path. First Spain, then America. Over 100 years of this.
I know.
In the 19th century, an American mercenary named William Walker seized power in Nicaragua.
I'd heard he exploited rivalries between the political parties.
Even after we expelled him, the Americans sent in their Marines under the pretext of quelling political unrest.
And the real reason?
To intimidate the government and thwart the construction of the Nicaragua Canal.
I thought the U.S. already has the rights to build a canal in Nicaragua.
They never intended to build a canal there. They'd already started digging in Panama. A canal in Nicaragua would break up the Panama Canal's monopoly. Reason enough for America to stick its nose into our affairs.
They snagged the rights so nobody else could build there.
It was General Sandino who finally stood up to los Yankees. General Sandino waged a guerrilla war against the Marines, at last driving them out. He was a true hero, and to us Sandinistas, like a father. But when they pulled out, the Americans left us something to remember them by.
The National Guard.
Yes, La Guardia. In name, a peacekeeping force, but in reality, Commander Somoza's personal army, answering to no one else. Unable to stay silent, General Sandino went to protest and was assassinated by Somoza as he made his way home. It was then that Somoza and Los Sapos began to eat our country alive from the inside. It has been 40 years since the Somoza family became the rulers of Nicaragua. With La Guardia at their command, no one can challenge them.
You came here on the run from the National Guard, right?
See, they took everything. Our land, our homes, our jobs.
Now belong to Somoza.
See, the law too. He's even got the judges in his pocket. You defy him, you face death. Everyone bows and scrapes before La Guardia. Even then you might get a beating if they are in a bad mood.
And you're trying to change things.
That's not all. These Somozas have used their power to line their pockets. They confiscate people's land and hand it to members of the Somoza family. By now, close to half the farmland in Nicaragua is theirs. We were powerless until... You remember the earthquake 2 years ago?
Yeah, I heard the capital was hit pretty hard.
We lost Managua, our capital city. People sent aid from all around the world. Tears of sorrow turned to tears of joy. Yet almost all of it was embezzled by the Somozas. They sold out those who'd lost everything for money. They feasted on our country's suffering. Public resentment is at the boiling point. The Somozas' days are numbered. We will see to it. The first Somoza was originally no more than the commander of La Guardia. Ordinarily, a man of his station could never hope to become president. But the president at the time had no power to back him. The only one with the strength to oppose him was General Sandino. No, better to say the general was the only one who dared oppose him. There was nothing special about him. Above all, it takes a strong will to see justice done. That is what he taught us.
It's also what motivated Somoza to have him killed.
Yes, the rest was easy. He got rid of the president, taking office in a sham election. And once he had the power, he never gave it up.
Talk about heavy-handed.
He had the Americans backing him, that's why. They didn't want to hand over power to a rebellious general.
Even so, it's hard to believe Washington would give its blessing to a guy like that.
The American president at the time put it this way. Somoza may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. In other words, better a dog or los sapos than an anti-US regime. The Managua earthquake struck 2 years ago, the day before Christmas Eve. Giant cracks opened up in the streets. Sleeping children were crushed in collapsing houses. No chance to escape. No visit from Santa Claus. Thanks to Somoza, the old houses could not even get rebuilt. It was a nightmare.
I heard the epicenter was right in the middle of the city.
Even today, it's too dangerous to build on top of the fault line. The city center is still in ruins.
And to make things worse, Somoza stole the recovery money.
We must not fail. We owe it to those who lost their lives. We will defeat Somoza. We are Sandinistas, the heirs of General Sandino's will.
Sandino, the father of modern guerrilla warfare.
To you, maybe. To us, he's more like a real father.
That why you named yourselves after him?
Of course. La Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. The Sandinista National Liberation Front is named in his honor. We share the general's goal, to take back our country's freedom. In his day, from America. In ours, from the despot Somoza.
Times have changed, but the song remains the same.
Patria libre o morir. That is our slogan. El Che used to say the same thing, you know.
Patria o muerte, the slogan of the Cuban Revolution. So, you're fighting for a socialist revolution too, then?
No, it's not about ideology. We only want to live normal lives. We are sick of living in a country where you can be beaten for walking down the street, where you never know if your neighbor is snitching on you. Our goal is to give back the country to its people.
Yeah, the Cuban Revolution started out like that too.
We are few in number, but we will win. Victoria o muerte. For a revolutionary, there is no other fate. Augusto Cesar Sandino, general and hero of Nicaragua. 50 years ago, conflict broke out between the political parties of Nicaragua. The U.S. Marines intervened in the name of restoring order. The only one who refused to listen to their call for reconciliation was General Sandino.
Huh. One man against the Marines. That takes guts.
The general wasn't a professional soldier. Neither were his compadres. And they certainly could not match the Marines' equipment. But he used the land to his advantage, lurking in the fields and hills of Nicaragua, and using surprise attacks to harass the Marines.
I know. I've read plenty of textbooks on guerrilla warfare.
In the end, he drove them out. He was truly a role model for us.
Yeah, but that was the 30s. Didn't the Depression have something to do with it? It takes cash to wage war.
Perhaps. But there is no denying what the general accomplished. The people hailed him as the General de Hombres Libres, the General of Free Men. They loved him. And then he was assassinated by Anastasio Somoza Garcia, commander of La Guardia.
The father of the current Somoza.
Somoza had the Americans' backing. That is the way things were. The general may be dead, and the times may have changed, but his will lives on inside each of us. We are the sons and daughters of General Sandino.
Hey, how's the watermelon business these days?
Not bad. I hear the compas back home are hanging in there too.
Good to hear.
You know our nickname. I'm impressed. No wonder they call you boss.
You used to hide your weapons in hollowed-out watermelons, smuggle them right past the National Guard. You even transported pineapple grenades that way. The name caught on among sympathizers in the region and...
What are you talking about?
Huh?
They call us watermelon sellers because the general's name sounds like the word for watermelon. Sandia.
Really?
Si.
Damn it, Kaz. A revolution to bring peace to your country, huh? No matter how much we fight, peace never gets any closer, does it?
I do not like it. But it is the only way. If we do not fight back, they'll just keep exploiting us. You want proof? Look at our country's history. Revolution is a means, and not an end. I know. When the revolution is victorious, I want my country to be at peace. But to bring peace, we have to first eliminate that traitorous scum.
It's an old saying. We make war that we may live in peace.
Who said it?
Aristotle.
You know your history.
I had a good teacher.
It has always been like this. People making the same mistakes over and over. And still, all we can do is fight.
I hear you. If you've got a goal, you've got to keep moving forward. I noticed you called Che Guevara El Che.
Not just us. Everyone in these parts does. Che was always his nickname. It does not feel right to call him by his last name. I was shocked the first time I saw you. You look so much like him.
I look like El Che, huh?
Sort of. Not in the face. It's more the way you carry yourself.
I guess Che's a hero to the Sandinistas, too.
Of course. The FSLN was formed in the spirit of the ideologies championed by El Che and Fidel.
Fidel Castro. So, you're trying to bring the Cuban Revolution to Nicaragua.
Well, we were. But Cuba isn't what it once was. Not since El Che left. El Che was a true revolutionary. He fought and died for the people. He worked harder than anybody, and he was a righteous man. Even as a minister of Cuba, he gave up his weekends to work on the farms and public works. As a volunteer, no less.
Yeah, I've heard the stories. But when you think about it, wasn't it that obsession that did him in?
How do you mean?
We can't all be supermen. He thought the ideals he applied in Cuba would work in Bolivia. But he failed to win converts and the support of the peasants. And it cost him his life.
Maybe you are right. But at least he did not steal from those peasants, no matter how hard things got.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. There's plenty of guerrillas out there who'd rob their own people to feed their revolutions.
If we had a comandante like him, the Sandinistas would find the will to fight.
Oh, and Henry with the 9 subs. Henry Venus, thank you. Some people getting triggered by the Che Guevara tapes in this game. Well, I suppose we're good for a while. Damn, this shit's gonna give me a heart attack every few minutes, so...
You called that giant chopper an hombre nuevo.
Si. It means new man.
New man?
There was nobody piloting that thing. It must be controlled by machine.
Yeah, it seems that way. No human being could pull off those crazy maneuvers.
But it's not crazy. It's smart. It sings, too.
When we first saw it, one of your men said, "Pilot must be an hombre nuevo."
Me? I do not like the name.
Why?
Hombre nuevo was what El Che was striving to become. What all of us who joined the Sandinistas strive to become. That's why. An hombre nuevo is one who finds joy in virtue and voluntary labor. It makes me furious to see that name given to such a monster.
I'll bet.
Hey, Knight, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, guys. Sorry, Shin Lane. It is the 2015 OST of the year for a reason, after all. Right?
Chico called that helicopter El Colibri.
Our name for the hummingbird. You saw how that chopper moved, how it hovered in midair like a hummingbird?
A hell of a lot bigger than a bird, though.
True, but better than hombre nuevo, don't you think? When you get kidnapped by El Colibri, it's all over. They take you to a prison camp and torture you until you snitch on your compas.
That's what took Chico.
They have no mercy. Once you talk, they toss you out like trash. I knew this, and still I could not save Chico. If he cannot be saved, I will do what must be done.
Don't write him off like that. Sometimes you have to survive, even if it means sacrificing your honor. I'll get him back. I promise.
The land in our country belongs to us, and yet it does not belong to us.
How so?
Along the coast, it is all banana groves. And in the mountains, it is coffee. I guess in that way, it is not so different from here.
Plantations.
Almost all the bananas and coffee are sold as exports. The landlords keep the money for themselves, leaving precious little to the farmers. Worse, the biggest landowners in the country are Somoza and his family.
But it does bring in foreign currency.
I doubt even that, at least for bananas. The plantations are owned by American corporations. The bananas are processed in factories on the plantations and exported to America from private ports. It's like having little American enclaves along the coast of Nicaragua.
But the farmers have no choice but to go work there.
Es ridículo. The people have to take their land back. It is one of the things we are fighting for.
Tell me, when exactly did you realize your dad was working with the KGB?
About 6 months ago. Up until then, we only had beans to eat. And then suddenly we started to get eggs and flour. Our bullet shortage simply disappeared.
How'd he get the cocaine?
Ask the KGB. All we did here was process it. Coca plants grow here too. But to my knowledge, almost all of the stuff we used came from Colombia and Bolivia.
It's processed in a factory and then shipped to ports on the Caribbean Sea. Where does it go after that?
I never thought about it. I mean, I did not want to think about it.
The biggest cocaine consumer in the world is the United States. I'm guessing they smuggle it in on vessels disguised as fishing boats.
Wait. La CIA uses that route too. Are you telling me they're selling cocaine to their own country?
Looks that way.
Those bastards are turning their own children into junkies? Are they insane?
No, just afraid. Afraid of a communist Central America. Amanda, when did you join up with the Sandinistas?
About a year ago, when I went into the mountains with mi viejo and his group.
I thought your dad was with the FSLN from the start.
No, he fought alongside General Sandino, but after that, he retired for a while. He found a job, got a wife and a house, and raised us kids. Then one day, some Sandinista students came by.
And he felt the old fire in his belly.
Something like that. All he did was help them escape from La Guardia, though. But then La Guardia showed up. They broke into our house and began pushing him around, shouting questions.
I'm guessing he kept his mouth shut.
No matter how hard they hit him. Our house was trashed. After that, he was on their list. They harassed him day and night. It was only then that he gave himself over to the Sandinistas. He kept it hidden from us at first, so we would not get hurt.
He sounds like a good father.
He was. But my mother got fed up with it. She left us. I don't blame her.
Why didn't you go with her?
It was a hard decision for sure. But like my father, I could not let Somoza get away with his crimes. But most of all...
Chico.
He is too much like his papa. One way or the other, he was going to stay. And I could not leave him behind. Soon enough, La Guardia drove us out, and we found ourselves in the mountains. It just kind of happened.
Well, for an accidental revolutionary, you sure put up a hell of a fight.
The mountains make men into warriors. The training is harsh, but it brings us that much closer to being hombres nuevos.
Chico couldn't ask for a better sister. I can see why they picked you to be Commandante.
Was that the guy who kept saying Peace Walker isn't canon, or the guy who said that MGS3 has data controls, but the 3DS port was nice or something? The 3DS port plays flawlessly. Because I banned both of those guys.
When I was little, I came down with malaria. Unlucky for me, it was the bad kind. I was in a daze the whole time. And at one point they said I was not going to make it.
Malarial encephalopathy. I hear it's pretty common in tropical malaria cases.
Even today, my memory sometimes gets a little fuzzy. Since then, I've had this fear of mosquitoes. When I hear them buzzing nearby, I get jumpy.
That explains the chain smoking.
See, I thought it might help keep the mosquitoes away, just a little. Maybe it is all in my head. You're the same way, right?
Well, I will say this. I prefer a cigar over Mosquitoes.
Me too.
I've got to hand it to you. Takes guts to conquer your fear like that and live a gorilla's life in the wild.
It is nothing. El Che did not let asthma stop him from leading the revolution. Compared to him, I am no hero.
I'm sorry to hear about your dad.
Thank you for saying that. Mi viejo was the leader of the Frente. He was the last of the generation that knew General Sandino. He saw the general's exploits firsthand as a boy. He would tell us stories about it all the time and about how the general was assassinated.
Did you know he was getting money from the KGB?
I had some idea, but I did not have the courage to confront him about it. I know it was a painful decision for him to make.
I can imagine.
Yes, my father was a good man. I loved him as a daughter, and his soldiers believed in him. Thanks to him, La Frente held together even in the worst of times. I don't know if I can ever fill his shoes.
Chico's 12, right?
Right.
Isn't he a little short for his age?
Malnourishment. Food is hard to come by when you're running around in the jungle.
He's got quite an appetite.
I know. I didn't want him to come in the first place, but there was no one to take him in. I had no choice but to look after him.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Sometimes it's better for a kid to be with his family than far away in a safe place.
Thank you.
Promise me this, though. When your fight is over, make sure he gets a proper education. Give him a chance to be something other than a gorilla. It's not too late to teach him something other than fighting.
Okay, I promise. You know what book Chico really likes? The World Encyclopedia of Mysterious Creatures. The Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti.
UMAs. Yeah, I know.
He's still so much like a boy. I worry about him.
He'll be fine. I know plenty of grown men who still go crazy over UMAs.
Are you serious?
We need to collect more unbanned requests. We're starting collection, don't worry. Let's see. Time for people to get triggered.
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake. That's not too bad, huh?
Yeah, right. I'm not even worthy of polishing his boots.
Don't be so modest. From where I'm standing, your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
Oh, he was more than that. He was a true revolutionary and a great warrior.
I'm with you there. Can you believe that when he first went to Cuba with Fidel, they had only 12 guys with them?
But they rallied. They brought in new recruits, won the support of the peasants, expanded their organization.
And in the end, they overthrew the Batista regime.
People flocked to them because they were honest. They won because they were strong. Those are the qualities that make men great.
You know, we're kind of in the same boat they were back then. Here we are, a handful of mercenaries taking on an army backed by the United States.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
But we've got to keep on going. It's not just about winning in battle. You need to think about recruiting people and growing this operation.
Got it.
12 guys, huh?
Boss, did you ever read Che Guevara's book, Guerrilla Warfare?
I can't remember if I got to that one or not.
You should have. That's why I lent it to you. A lot of the guerrilla tactics it covers apply to sneaking missions, too. Che was one of the first people to articulate the theory of guerrilla warfare. T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia, was another one. And Mao Zedong and his On Protracted War. Theory aside, Nicaragua's General Sandino was one of the first to put guerrilla tactics into practice, which explains why the Sandinistas named themselves after him.
If you think about it, guerrilla warfare itself has been around since ancient times. There's only so many ways a small group can upset a large army.
There was a samurai in Japan who excelled in guerrilla warfare.
No kidding.
Tsunoki Masashige. He was a warrior who lived in the medieval era. He used unconventional tactics to help overthrow the Kamakura shogunate.
Like what?
Trojan horse-style maneuvers and decoys to confuse the enemy. The best one was when the enemy was climbing the castle walls. He dumped boiling water and human excrement on them.
Huh, sounds great. Let's put it in the MSF playbook.
You're not serious, are you, boss?
Why not? We've got plenty of crap to unload.
Yeah. I'll think about it.
Wow, multiple Phantom Pain references in this. 12 guys and crap to unload. Nice.
The year the Cuban Revolution was won, Che visited Japan as a member of an economic delegation. While he was there, he visited Hiroshima.
Hiroshima?
Since he was there to discuss economic issues, Hiroshima wasn't part of the original itinerary. Some said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want to let him go, but he went anyway. He snuck out of his hotel and took an overnight train.
Huh. Traveling guerrilla style. Sounds like Che, all right.
He visited the Peace Memorial Museum and the Atomic Bomb Survivors Hospital. Apparently it gave him quite a shock. As a doctor, it must have been painful for him to see how the victims suffered.
Nukes destroy everything.
He was quoted as saying, "They put you through this, and still you do whatever America says." Those words really hit me hard, especially when I think of my mom. He said something else, too. Let us all love Hiroshima and its people.
I can believe it. Che never managed to numb himself to other people's pain. That's why people loved him. And why he died.
That bandana you're always wearing, that thing's a real antique. Ever think about getting a new one?
This one's fine.
Come on, we can't have our boss wearing a raggedy old thing like that.
It was a gift, okay? It wouldn't be right to get rid of it.
It was. Okay then. Speaking of which, Che supposedly had a black scarf he used to take everywhere with him.
A scarf?
One of his comrades gave it to him when he broke his arm in battle. Che used that silk scarf as a sling, and the comrade who gave it to him became his second wife.
Alida, right?
Even after his arm healed up, he never went anywhere without that scarf. What about you? You get that bandana from someone special?
No, nothing like that. It's important to me. That's all.
And Snake also uses it as a sling. And maybe he's embarrassed to tell Kaz how he actually got it. It was a gift. Let's see.
Areas with a distinct dry season, like the Pacific coast, have tropical dry forests. During the dry season, the trees drop their leaves. It gives you a clearer view, but at the same time, there are fewer places to hide. So be careful.
Sounds dull.
It is not really. A lot of trees flower during the dry season, including my favorite, the tabebuya. It has these amazingly vivid yellow flowers. Costa Rica has several active volcanoes, Irasu being one of them.
That's where Camino de Lava comes from, huh?
The tropical dry forests around here are quite different from our rainforests. They lose their leaves in the dry season. Tropical forests are not all thick jungles. A few of them even have cacti. Some of Costa Rica's greatest assets are its diverse forests and natural landscapes. Costa Rica got its first real railroads up and running about 100 years ago. Their primary purpose was to move coffee harvested in the Central Basin to the Caribbean coast.
They built railroads here 100 years ago? That's impressive.
It was even more difficult than you would imagine. Later, they started using the railroads for shipping bananas too. There still might be some branch lines around here. Aldea de los Despiertos means Village of the Awake.
Weird name.
The area is littered with coffee fields, and there is a factory nearby. The villagers are fans of coffee, so...
Nah, they don't get much sleep, huh? They've got a sense of humor, all right.
I cannot believe they would take over a place like this and use it as a prison. It is unforgivable for both the CIA and the thugs they employ. All the villagers wanted was to live in peace. What gives the CIA the right to crush them like that?
They don't care about anyone's rights but their own. It's just the way some people are.
You really think so?
Don't worry. It just gives me the right to teach them a lesson. Amanda, how do I get to the prison camp?
First, head up the narrow mountain path. The path will gradually open up and you'll come to a fork in the road. Watch yourself up there. You'll be lower than the surrounding terrain, so if you head down the middle, you'll make for an easy target.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
Take the leftward path to reach the prison camp.
What can you tell me about the prison camp?
Well, it used to be a village until they took control of it. It's a maze of paths, so watch out for soldiers on patrol.
I'll be sure not to stop and say hi.
Use the paths carefully, and you should be able to stay out of view.
Where are they holding Chico?
One of the houses, most likely. You can peek through the doors. Just press the action button when the icon appears. You could also listen to any sounds inside for clues.
Good idea.
Guards will still be on the move while you're looking inside. Make sure you don't get caught. And Snake.
I know. I'll bring him back.
Thank you. I know I can count on you.
Fucking Chico.
Chico's in a prison camp north of here. That basin will leave you completely exposed. If I were the enemy, I'd position snipers there. Better be careful.
Boss, please. You have to help Chico.
We were actually down to, what, 2 seconds? 1 second. 1 second. This guy practicing his reloads in the SVD. He has a bunch of magazines for 1 round each. You can hear him grunt like that when he misses. Damn, dude. But if he gets spotted, he starts shooting more rounds. So I think he really is just practicing. He's also an S-rank intel guy, but we can't get him right now because he's all the way up there.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
There's something kind of fucked up about going sightseeing in super poor areas. Well, I always feel that way. Like, oh, that kid is starving on the side of the road. Neat. Take a picture. You see people walking around expensive clothes and accessories and cameras and whatever, jewelry. In these fucking poor areas. Oh my god, that's so fucked up.
Check inside a house by pressing the action button in front of the door. To check inside a house, press the action button in front of the door. Check inside a house to check inside a house. If they spot you, the enemy will probably call in reinforcements.
Oh, we found the real piss walker.
Check inside a house.
Look at them. Just taking the village as if it were theirs. Unforgivable.
To check inside a house.
The confiscated houses. I believe in you.
Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. But to check inside a house.
They're using that village as a prison now.
Piss Walker. Check inside a house. Check inside a house. Check inside a house. Check inside a house.
Please, Nick. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house by pressing the action button in front of the door.
Who's there?
Hey.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Oh, he's in here. You can hear him. Okay.
We're under it.
Supposedly, the houses being used to hold prisoners have been fitted with
Oh,
blue
wow.
doors.
I could usually go. I don't think I usually go in here.
Not this one. Chico, is that you?
Who's there?
Chico, it's me.
You're that photographer.
That's right. A war photographer.
Huh? I thought you were here for the birds.
Yeah, the birds of the battlefield.
Whoa. Is that chess? Can I see it? Wow, the same kind of chair used.
You can't keep it, kid. Here, have these instead.
Those photos. Huh. Oh no, Amanda!
She's safe. Don't worry.
You sure?
We're patching her up back at my place.
She's hurt?
I said, don't worry. It's just a broken leg.
You got any cigarettes? A cigar, huh? Hey!
It's not for kids. Chico, do you know where they took the cargo?
Cargo? What cargo?
Let me rephrase that. How do they get stuff from the coast up here?
Oh, that I can tell you. When the cargo gets to the harbor, they first send it up the marshes on a barge. Then, they load it onto a jungle train past the banana plantation and transport it by rail. The train stops here. When it gets to the train terminal past the coffee plantation, they reload it again. This time onto a truck, which disappears into a tunnel heading toward the mountains.
Disappears? Chico, what's on the other side of that tunnel?
Nobody knows. None of our compas ever got close enough. He's protected by a spirit.
Spirit?
Yeah, a giant monster. El Basilisco.
The king of snakes.
No, really, I saw it. I was camping up there one day, and just as I was waking up around dawn, I heard this loud noise. I opened my eyes and saw an enormous shadow. Must have been 30 bara at least. He was walking, on legs as big as trees.
Where did you see it?
At the terminal near the tunnel, but I only saw it that one time.
What exactly were you doing there?
Well, me and my sister got into a fight.
And you just happened to go camping.
You know, their train should be arriving at the place I saw El Basilisco right about now.
Is it far?
No, really. Go past the coffee plantation, and it'll be to the north. What are you chasing?
Something that could keep the world in balance. Or destroy it.
Huh?
I heard that place was a narcotics plant before those guys took it over. But you already knew that, didn't you? Look, I get it. Even revolutionaries need to pay the bills. Still, must be tough for a kid like you to swallow.
You're damn right it is. The route they use to transport stuff is the same one mi viejo used to smuggle drugs. They sold the drugs to the Norte Americanos and used the profits to fund the army. They tried to keep it hidden from me.
Is that why you went camping?
Yes. I managed to sneak into the plant a few times and tried to set it on fire.
Oh shit.
Me like a
Do we
child.
have to
I couldn't stand it anymore. I'm not a
Alright,
kid, I'm
clip,
12.
clip.
Couldn't do it though, could you?
Somebody link the clip.
Chico, growing up means choosing how you're gonna live your life. To do the
People
right
have said it before.
you sometimes have to leave the things you care about behind.
Somebody link the clip.
Parents, family, your homeland.
Alright, FIFA. Thank you.
Papa.
Let's see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
He's gone.
Oh,
There's one thing you don't ever leave behind.
the timer, Chico. You don't ever leave that behind. It did hit 0. We were always going to do a clip review. You guys let Peace Walker kill the Subathon? Sorry I wasn't able to click it in time, but yeah, let's see how long it took for it to go from 0 to whatever it was. Yeah, it took like another extra second. Yeah, no, 0 it is. Well, guys, you guys suck. You let the thing die at Peace Walker. Once again, there's no justice in the world. Fairy Light Queen, thank you for trying anyway. It was a little late. Yep. Well, guys, what the fuck was that? What the absolute fuck was that? The craziest fucking month ever. It was so close. Well, 3Dog will be glad to know. Here, I'm gonna change the title before. And then I'm gonna leave a message. That was a big fat 0. I don't know what to say. This is the craziest I've ever streamed, the craziest any of the channel numbers have ever been, and you guys have been awesome. I was afraid I wouldn't have time to do this, but now that we've confirmed it, we can relax for a second. And damn, I think I should get a little bit emotional or something. I'm glad to have Apache here while this happened. Thank you, Apache, for all the streams. Apache's gonna do another stream on Saturday, actually, on here, unrelated. Well, now you don't have to put all this garbage on the screen while you stream here. We can revert back to our... look how much better that is. Instead of all that shit on the screen. Well, Music Box, thank you. Also, everybody who streamed here. We could not have done this without you guys. And of course, everybody who kept the timer alive. We almost made it to the cap. And honestly, it was pretty close. I guess it was a matter of delay, maybe. You guys were trying to edge it a little bit. It wasn't through lack of support. It was through wanting to edge it. So maybe there's a lesson to be learned here for next time. I'm a little sad for Peace Walker, but you guys successfully prevented Phantom Pain, so there's that. Yeah. It wasn't through lack of support. We'll get him next time, whenever next time is. Well, guys, I don't know what to say. It's been absolutely astounding, surpassing all expectations. And I'm humbled by the support and the craziness. We will be back. Yep, 25 days. And like I said, it wasn't through lack of support. It was just bad timing. Think about it next time. You guys did it. You motherfuckers actually did it. Think I should get some rest now. But I wouldn't totally exclude maybe, uh, a few days we'll be back. And like I said, Apache's streaming on Saturday. He wants to do a 24-hour stream, so that'll be pretty chunky as well. Guys, I'll never forget this. Both in, good and bad terms. It's been amazing, but you guys fucking killed him, Peace Walker. Come on. That means that you prefer Code Talker tapes to Peace Walker. I am very disappointed. We should go. How do we send this off? I don't know. This is not with the meme videos. Code Talker Rule 34? Nah. God, this scene looks so bare bones now. It didn't. It's over, guys. See you next time. Where the fuck is the song I want to play? Come on.